What's up, people? Oh, a kickbot immediately. Dude, let's go. Is Sample here? Sample, how do I put Zotero in dark mode? Edit settings general. Edit settings dark. Can I make it not entirely black? Look, it's like... I need that, like, notion. Or it's gray. Or need is a strong word, but... But what's up, people? I also need to figure out how to look evil. Okay. Having the lights, I don't like when both of the lights are red. It looks weird. But just having one red just makes it look... The red doesn't really come through as much as I would like. I mean, it just look, because it obviously combines with the blue, and a lot of the background is just purple. So I just look bisexual. But I don't know, I'll figure it out. Okay. You know what we do need to figure out, though? Jesus. Need to figure out how to make my family to quiet down. We need to figure out how to balance some payments, okay? And also, first we need to figure out how to get to Germany to North Macedonia. I'm assuming Austria, Hungary, and then Serbia? Yeah, hell yeah, I knew it. I should be able to get this first try too. Germany, I believe this is Serbia. This is North Macedonia. Fairly certain that's right. Yes, hell yeah. Easy. Goated. Okay. Well, that didn't take long. That ain't right. I swear I somehow messed up the order of my OBS scenes. I think it was, I don't know, something like that. I'm used to them being in a different order, but I don't remember which. Mention. Key point to note about the balance of payments is that they always balance. Whenever a country runs an account deficit, it does so by accumulating financial liabilities or drawing down on its own assets. When a country runs their current account surplus, it accumulates overseas assets or pays down its own liabilities. The balance of payments is broken down into the current account and the financial account and capital account balance, usually just referred to as the financial account. The former pertains to the flow that reflects money that a country earns or spends, while the latter pertains to money that a country lends or borrow. Flows are usually measured in dollars, but the money can be in any currency. Bring it down into the current account balance. The financial account balance. Current account balance. Tracks the flow of money that a country earns or spends. The financial, I always forget how to spell financial. Financial account balance tracks the money a country borrows or lends. The current account balance contains 4 sections. The trade balance, good exports minus imports. The service balance, service exports minus imports. The income balance, earning on overseas investment assets, dividends, interest payments, and royalties, minus payments on overseas liabilities. The transfers balance, receipts of remittances and government grants, minus payments of remittances and government grants. Get to current account. Is further broken down into 4 sections. Why did it not automatically have the bullet points? The financial account balance contains 5 sections. FDI, the balance of foreign direct investment inflows and outflows. Portfolio, the balance of financial investment flows into stocks and bonds. Other, the balance of loans and trade credits. Derivatives, the balance of derivative books. Derivative books used by banks for hedging purposes. Reserves, flows of international reserves, largely used for currency stabilization. It's further broken down. Do 5 sections. Fuck British people. The balance of payments can never be positive or negative. It is always 100% balanced. Whether a country runs a current account surplus, say because it exports more than it imports, it must also run an equal and offsetting financial account deficit, reflecting the fact the dollars it receives have been invested in some form or another. The balance of payments can never... Oh, thanks. Yeah. Likewise, any country that runs a current account deficit, spending more money than it's bringing in, can only do so by drawing down its stock of external savings or increasing external indebtedness. Either way, this is reflected in a surplus in the financial account as dollars flowing into the country. A country's currencies acts as a fulcrum, shifting to align inflows and outflows. Of course, businesses and consumers who receive the inflows from a current account surplus could spend those dollars in imports, but in that case, imports would rise and a current account surplus would close again. The recipients of dollars could... Oh, okay, hold on. Balance of payments cannot be positive or negative. It always, I'll just say nets out to 0. What the fuck? I didn't mean to click on that. If a country runs a current account surplus, since it exports, what's up, Cowabunga Tipsy Roll? Welcome back. More than it imports. It can only do so sorry, that's the other one. It also must run a equal in iron and equal in offsetting financial account deficit. Really should make notes in Emac using org mode major. I have no clue what any of those words mean. I like Notion. I have Zotero too. But I use that just to like read PDFs because you can save highlights in them. I also have a different e-reader. Just fucking with you, but okay. I had no clue. My bad. Okay. Goddamn. Chat hates me. Okay, I see how it is. Okay. Mods ban him. Mods spin him around, make him dizzy. Mods. Well, it says dollars, but I mean, really, it's foreign currency, right? I can say foreign currency. It receives have been invested in some form or another. I always forget how to spell foreign too. I'll say dollars because they might. I don't know. Likewise, any country that runs a current account deficit, spending more than money than it bring in, can only do so by drawing down its stock of external savings or increasing external indebtedness. Current account deficit. It can only do so by drawing down its stock of external savings or increasing external indebtedness, which is reflected. I'm sorry that PPG wouldn't fuck you, but he would fuck Skate at us to stay a little. I'll get over it. Okay, listen. I'll get over it, okay. It's a little odd. Will your self-esteem ever cut? Yeah, I mean, it will eventually. I'm not gonna lie, it hurts. You know, I think about it, you know, every night before I go to bed. I wake up in cold sweats thinking about it even. I can't even sleep most nights because of it. But, you know, eventually, I'll move on. In a financial account. Surplus. It's dollars are flowing into the country. Of course, the businesses and consumers who received the inflows from a current account surplus could spend those dollars in imports, but in that case, imports would rise and the current account surplus would close again. The recipients of the dollar could also just leave them in their current form in cash at a bank rather than investing in money overseas. This would still represent an outflow in the financial account. Indeed, the money does not have to go anywhere. The balance of payments is not about the location of money, but about the ownership. How do I want to write this down? Because I don't really want to have it as another one. Well, I guess I can. But I could also... I'll do this. Okay. If the businesses and consumers. Receive money from the current account surplus. Spend those dollars on imports. Imports would rise, and the current account surplus would close again. Recipient of the dollar could also just leave them in a current form of cash or in the bank rather than investing money overseas. This represent an outflow in a financial account. Keep the money in cash or at the bank. This would still represent an outflow. Okay, I'll say rather than investing it overseas, this would still represent an outflow in the financial account. The money need not actually go anywhere, as a balance of payments is not about the location of money, but about the ownership. The role of reserves. Role of reserves. Can't speak. Sometimes the reserves category of the financial account can be calculated as a separate account. This is often the case in emerging markets where reserves are constantly used to counteract exchange rate fluctuations. Reserve inflows reflect the deliberate action by a country's central bank to create money and use it to buy dollars as a form of protection against future exchange rate depreciation. Conversely, a reduction in reserve reflects the central bank selling reserves in exchange for buying local currency to prevent or cushion exchange rate depreciation. The balance of payments is not something that should be thought of in isolation from the rest of the economy. It is a function of broader economic conditions and relates directly to the balance of savings relative to investment. What? That's S minus I equals NX? What? That's crazy. How do I need to figure out a way to communicate that in a not, because half the reason I'm reading this, okay, I need to find an easy way to describe the balance of payments to people because it makes people's brains break. And I don't to me, it's intuitive. I don't even fully understand it, to be clear, but to me, it's very intuitive. You can only spend dollars in America, and it's intuitive to me why a financial account deficit has to be financed with a current account surplus or the other way around. It's intuitive to me that savings minus investment is equal to the trade deficit, right? It's equal to net exports, because if we're investing more than we're saving domestically, that investment is coming from overseas, right? And that would have to equal a financial account deficit, which is equal to financial account surplus. We're getting more investment than we have domestically. It's intuitive to me that also means a current account deficit. So the idea that the trade deficit is more determined by domestic decisions over how much to save and invest rather than any geopolitical stuff, makes sense to me intuitively because I understand. It's intuitive to me that S minus I equals NX. Savings minus investments equals net exports. It's intuitive to me that, having a negative net exports, a trade deficit, is equal to a financial account surplus. But I have no clue how to communicate that to someone to people who have not read anything about economics ever. I don't. I think I will write a blog post about it one day. What's up, Bob Marley? But I have no clue how to communicate it to people. And also, these are probably good to read too. Now that I'm looking at these. This might be good to read too, because I know Treasury Secretary wants to weaken our dollar. Only sometimes, though. Sometimes when he thinks that, strengthening the dollar, would help offset the effects of tariffs, he's very happy to see a strong dollar. When he thinks that, but other times he's very much in favor of weakening the dollar to help our exports out. I do. I remember reading the No Opinion. I forget which way he mentioned this. The No Opinion article or blog, where he talked about how he thinks it would be good if we did sterilized intervention to weaken our currency relative to China's. But that's only relative to the sterilized intervention. You can weaken it only to one currency, and I guess I wouldn't have a huge issue with doing that. Intuitively, it doesn't seem like it'd be a bad thing. But again, I don't know a ton. But intuitively, that wouldn't seem like a bad thing. But intuitively, heavily manipulating our currency relative to all other currencies feels like it would intuitively be bad. Intuitively. Okay, I need to roll reserves. That's what Melee is doing? What, sterilized intervention? I'm pretty sure I remember, there's a chart I remember seeing. Argentina, I think, fixed their exchange rates, right? And he just, unfixed it. Because I remember seeing a chart that was the black market exchange rate for Argentine currency versus the official exchange rate. And then after Melee came into office, they, what's the word? Coincided? I don't know. You're not the Bob Marley. They probably Bob Marley gets around. Okay. Okay. Roller reserves. The reserves category of the financial account can also be calculated as a second account. So okay. Emerging markets. The reserves category of the financial account. If it's often calculated as a separate account. Since reserves are constantly used to counteract exchange rate fluctuations. Reserve inflows reflect a decision of look at that spelling, guys. Beautiful. Central bank to, wow, incredible. Create money and buy dollars to counteract as a form of protection against future exchange rate depreciation. I don't know why you couldn't do it currently too, but reserve outflows reflect central banks. Jesus decision to sell reserves in exchange for buying local currency to prevent or cushion exchange rate depreciation. Balance of payments is not something that should be thought of as in isolation from the rest of the economy. Blah, blah, okay, blah, blah, blah. Standard block difference. They've got a crawling peg. Mainly let Argentine currency appreciate massively in real terms. They had like 117% inflation and only 2% nominal currency depreciation. Okay. Makes sense. If I look up black market Argentine peso exchange rate, I think I think it was a Financial Times chart. Or yeah. Okay, I don't know if I need to read this. It's gonna be stuff I know. I just don't know. Again, I have no clue. I don't know how to communicate this to people. If I because again, saving minus investment equals exports minus imports. You simplify this to NX. Saying this is a meaningless sentence. If I said this to Pentuple, his brain would explode. He would be unable to compute this. There would be no. It would find that gif of SpongeBob's brain exploding. Okay, that's what it would be. I know I read the Tax Foundation thing on this too. God, I need to sort these notes better too. Are these notes public? Actually, I don't think they are yet. I need to make them. Yeah, I guess they're not. They're shared with sample. That's it. I can make them public. Okay, I don't know where I read that. I read the Tax Foundation has a similar article to this, and I read that somewhere. And who knows where the fuck I put it, man? It's somewhere in this mess. This is a good way of explaining it, though. Oh hi, I'm not fond of ignoring chat. What do you mean I'm ignoring chat? You haven't, unless maybe you sent something. And YouTube censored it, okay? I don't control the YouTube censorship, okay? That is Donald J. Trump himself censoring. Donald J. Trump as president-elect censoring YouTube chat because he is the true woke one here, okay? You said something against Project 2025 and he censored you for it, okay? Financial account surplus reflects that Americans' resident savings are less than investment opportunities. America's gap is close by 4. That seems to work sometimes, but How dare you say I'm ignoring chat? When it's a non-fun econ arc of Ophelia, I'm fully intent on getting a degree in econ. It's not going to be. It ain't over. It ain't over for the next 4 years, brother. Don't know what to tell you. Don't know what to tell you. It should never end. It won't ever end. It won't ever end. Might be good to have in Zotero too. I don't know. We'll see. I am literally the next Paul Krugman, and you guys are trying to bring me down. When I am literally, you watch. 30 years from now, they'll be saying New York Times economist specializing in trade. Non-fun. I'm gonna make that my legal name too. And then they're gonna cancel me for. They're gonna show the. They're gonna show the. Someone's gonna dig up the clip of me saying I would let Destiny suck my dick for 1 million views, and they're gonna fire me. That was my life story as well. I like debating politics and internet, found the econ most interesting and useful area to learn, read some books, did a degree, now doing master's degree based. Good for you. And all of that, and you still believe in Austrian business cycle theory. What the hell? What the hell? I'd suck Destiny's dick for like $3. Okay. Fair enough, but like, I don't. Didn't you say you were talking about that with Sample? I thought you said you were talking about that. I was talking about it with Sample earlier. I assumed you were in support of it or something, but I feel like it's a little okay, different for you. One, you're a woman. Two, I don't mean it's in a mean way, but you would suck or if not most, like at least 50% of men's dick for like $3. I'm not judging you. I'm just saying that's a true. No judgment. Yeah, 50% sounds accurate. I'm just saying that from our interactions, okay, from everything you said in my chat, okay, I think that's probably true. Okay. The balance of payments summarizes the economic transactions of an economy with the rest of the world. These transactions include exports and imports of goods, services, and financial assets, along with transfer payments like foreign aid. The balance of payments is an important economic indicator for open economies like Australia, this is Australia's government website, that engage in international trade because it summarizes how resources flow between Australia and our trading partners. This explainer looks at the structure of Australia's balance of payment. Okay, I don't actually know if this will be useful. Is it only... might be useful. It goes through an example, so we'll use it, whatever. I'm basically Australian. Summarizes the transactions, economy with the rest of the world. Don't really care about any of this fucking stuff. Structure to balance of payments. Australia's balance of payments captures the transactions between Australia's residents and the rest of the world in a given period. Resident, here. This post writes down the structure of the balance of payments. Using Australia as an example. That way, I don't get confused. 6 months from now when I click on this and I'm like, why the fuck are we talking about Australia? Residents are defined broadly to include people who live in Australia, businesses that operate in Australia, the Australian government, and other transactions that operate here. The balance of payments divides into two broad accounts: the current account, the combined capital and financial account. In essence, the current account captures the net flow of money that results from Australia engaging in international trade, while the combined capital and financial accounts capture Australia's net change in ownership of assets and liabilities. These broad accounts are often referred to as the two sides of the balance of payments. I think usually people keep the O not capitalized, right? Well, I have. Let me make sure I'm not gaslighting myself. Or no, they do. Ugh. I am gaslighting myself. Have fun with your numbers. I'm out. See you, Ophelia. I'll catch your next stream, okay? Unless I'm sleeping, because you're living a stupid time zone. German time zone, yeah, aka the stupid time zone, the stupid poopy time zone. Am I right? Am I right? Let's get a twerk break for that one, people. Hell yeah. Get fucking owned. Get destroyed. Total own. That's my time zone. Oh shit. Oh no. It was only meant to be to take out a Ophelia. Oh no. Oh no, 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 no. Oh no. In essence, the current we read that. I know that too. Current account tracks the net flow of money that results from Australia engaging in international trade. The combined capital financial accounts. Hey, the Germans don't need that heat right now. I think they do, Ben Brody. They always deserve it, okay? Or sorry, not the Germans, actually. Just Ophelia. No one clip that and send it to tracks Australia's net change in ownership, assets, and liabilities. The balance of payments are put together according to international standards set out by the IMF and the UN that make it easy to compare Australia's balance of payments with other countries. Balance of payments. Are structured according to standards set by the IMF and UN, which makes it easy to compare. Australia has a balance of payments with that in other countries. The current account. Oh, of course, it doesn't actually decrease the margin, it just squishes the text more. Okay, that's cool. Bet that was Keynes' idea. Everything, yeah. The entire balance of payment structures with all Keynes. When was the IMF founded? Like, I don't know, the IMF had to exist. Oh, wait, no, wait. Am I thinking the World Bank? IMF existed as far back as the Bretton Woods, right? Okay, 1944. Okay. So Keynes was, in fact... Yeah, established at the Bretton Woods Conference. Okay. Wait, primarily according to the ideas... Oh my god, it was Keynes. Keynes did make it. How did I not know that? You were only being half ironic. He did actually... He at least helped with the IMF. He probably did not actually have anything to do with how the balance of payments is structured. I don't even know if we tracked it the same way back then, but... The current account records the value of the flow of goods, services, and income between Australia's residents and the rest of the world. There are three components of the current account: the trade balance, the primary income balance, and the second income balance. Is Wendy's or McDonald's nuggets? I don't eat either. I don't even know if I've ever had Wendy's nuggets. I probably did have McDonald's nuggets when I was really young at like 6, but since then I have not eaten meat. So, in economic analysis or commentary, most attention is usually given to the trade balance, which refers to the difference between the value of our exports and the imports of goods and services. This is because the trade balance forms part of gross domestic product. But having seen that video, the Hayek on Keynes' ignorance to economics. What up, you're vegan? I'm philosophically vegan, dietarily and vegetarian, working my way towards vegan. Been vegetarian for most of my life at this point. I've been vegetarian since I was like 6 or 7, so... I mean... I'm pretty sure I went vegetarian at 6. Which would mean I've been vegetarian 13 years. I can't go vegan though because Red Bull isn't technically... Red Bull doesn't actually have any animal products in it. But I guess technically they're not vegan because they do animal testing or whatever. I don't give a fuck about animal testing is based, okay? Even if I care about animals, I care about humans way more. And like, why vegan over veg? I don't know. I just don't think it's... I mean, I would lean towards the vegan philosophical arguments being correct, like on a balance of probabilities. You know, I say like there's probably a 60% chance that like the vegan arguments for the morality of consuming animal products or whatever check out. But even if I'm, you know, only 20% confident in the philosophical argument, you know, there's being vegan is not immoral under the non-vegan worldview, but eating animal products is like heinously immoral under the vegan worldview. So it makes sense to just be vegan. Current account contains Three components. Trade balance, primary income balance, secondary income balance. People that complain about vegans have never had a proper PB&J. True. I mean, I know Keynes was like anti-Semitic, right? I don't know any of the stuff about eugenics, but like it wouldn't surprise me. God, I'm in too many fucking Discord servers. I don't follow the last part, but fair, good on you. I mean, the last part, I might have phrased it poorly. It's just, under the vegan worldview, it's, like, heinously immoral to consume animal products. Under the non-vegan worldview, it is not immoral to be vegan. So, you know, the way that calculus works out, you know, would you rather have, like, a 10% chance of doing, like, something heinously immoral when the alternative is not doing anything immoral under both worldviews, right? Like, also check this shit out. I stole this from my brother, who got a 3D printer, and now I can fidget with it all day. It's wonderful. It's wonderful. Typically, the trade balance receives the most attention. Okay, now I support anything Keynes supports. I support, which makes sense, right? Because Keynes was the first MMTer. Because it is included in GDP. Trade balance, value goods and services, Australia does an export, less those that they import. Primary income balance, the income Australian residents earn from less they pay to the rest of the world from working, e.g. wages, and from financial investments, e.g. dividends. Really, dividends are, I would assume dividends are, actually I guess it makes sense, it's a current account, but I would have guessed that they were a financial account prior to this, but secondary income balance consists of two parts. The income Australian residents earn from less than they pay to the rest of the world, from government, e.g. taxes, tax payments and refunds. Current account, current transfers to transactions between Australian residents and the rest of the world, where one party provides something to be consumed by another party without receiving anything in return, e.g. emergency food aid. The term current is used in describing the current account. Because the goods, services, and income being traded and jeez, I can't fucking read. Hold on. The term current is used in describing the current account balance because the goods, services, and income being traded will be consumed or received in the current period, specifically within the quarter. I guess I'll include that. Goods and services being traded will be consumed or received in the current period, specifically within a quarter. Oh my god, you got a text message to fucking get smart financial growth from Charles Schwab. No way. Let NVIDIA, smart chips, and AI tools evaluate my potential. I guess I'm about to miss out on being rich because I'm not clicking that link. The combined capital and financial account records the capital and financial transactions between Australia and the rest of the world. The capital account components records the two main types of transactions involving capital. The first is okay, so I guess I'll combine capital financial account. Records the transfer financial transactions between. Look at this guy, by the way. Aww. Australia and the rest of the world. The capital account component, or the capital account, tracks the two main transactions involving capital. First is capital transfers, where one party has transferred ownership of something to another party without receiving anything in return. Capital transfers include conditional grants for specific capital projects, e.g. foreign aid projects to build roads, and for forgiveness of debt. The second type of transaction involves non-financial, non-produced assets. This type of asset includes intangible assets, brand names, as well as rights to use land or water, e.g. mining or fishing. Capital transfers. Or one party has transferred ownership of something to another party without receiving anything in return. Including things like conditional grants for specific capital projects and forgiveness of debt. Non-financial, non-produced assets. We'll say referring to intangible assets, e.g. brand names, as well as rights to use land and water. Oh, what the fuck? The much larger financial account component records transactions between parties that involve a change of ownership of Australia's assets or liabilities. It is structured according to the different classes of investment that these owners of these assets or liabilities can undertake. The much larger financial account component tracks the transactions between parties that involve change of ownership of Australia's assets or liabilities. Structured. According to the different classes of investment. Can albino say the N-word? I'm pretty sure. There that clip of Michael Jackson saying it. I guess he's not albino. He's just he just had vitiligo or whatever. Albinos, I mean, probably. I would say they can at least get away with it. If not, you know, have like open, not open support, but like open, but not be like, they can certainly not be canceled for it, even if it isn't expected of them. So whites can say N-word? Well, what do you mean by say? I mean, like, if you non-fun confirmed. I don't know what you mean by, like, can say, like, again, I think an albino could say it without getting calling them an albino seems that seems to, like, I could get canceled for saying that. I'm just saying, like, I feel like albino people could probably say it without getting canceled, and then you know, white people certainly can't. Some white people can do it. It depends. They have white privilege though? Do they? I mean, I don't know if most people would consider a lot of people really like white, like, what do you, okay, define whiteness. Isn't this guy awesome? Isn't a guy awesome? Oh. You can't tell the difference from whites. Yeah, I mean, you can sometimes. Like, don't they have different eye colors usually? I mean, and like usually their hair is curly too. It depends, obviously, but. Okay, capital account, transaction, one party transfer to ownership, forgiveness of debt, conditional grants, transfer, yeah, read that. Transaction involved intangible assets. Financial account, direct investment. Financial transactions relate to long-term capital investments in business, e.g. purchase of machinery, buildings, factories, where the investor has significant 10%. Thanks for the follow, Prime 90. I appreciate it. Welcome to the stream. Oh boy, what Ben? Can I get away with saying this? Are there gonna be clips of me on Twitter later? Oh no, it's a non-fun cancellation already started. Clipped. God damn it. Okay, portfolio investment. The purchase of equity or debt, shares or bonds in business. In contrast to direct investment, portfolio investment occurs when an investor does not have an influence in the operation of the business. Financial derivative, the purchase or sale of financial derivatives, i.e. financial contracts between two parties, where the value is derived from another financial instrument, such as a bond or share or market index. These transactions involve the exchange of risk between parties rather than funds. Non-fund endorses white saying the N-word. What do you mean endorse? I said, I didn't even endorse it. Did you watch the latest Econ 101? I don't know what you mean by it. The latest Econ 101. No, I don't think so. I don't know. what was I gonna? I was reading. Reserve assets. The purchase or sale of reserve assets held by the Reserve Bank. These reserve assets are controlled by the Reserve Bank to meet policy objectives such as intervention in foreign exchange markets, to assist the Australian government in meeting its commitments to the IMF. Other investment transactions that do not fit into one or the other categories. One example is trade credit, where an importer purchases goods from overseas and does not pay for the goods until they are received. Another example is currency deposits, where money is deposited in or withdrawn from banks across borders, or banknotes and coins are transferred between countries. Accounting framework. Bring back jobs to USA or real. I need to figure out a way. I don't know if the balance of payments would. I mean, I have the ways to frame it with the Iowa car crop example, and like I have all the objections to the jobs argument with the Iowa car crop, and like the deadweight loss thing, and like the real consumption possibilities thing, and like all that nonsense. I think you can also like make a. And also like the symmetry to the export tax. That's a good one. Remove stupid regulations. Well, that's true as well. Yeah, I mean, like, I don't know if I. Here's the thing. There's two issues with doing this. Okay, what I'd want to do is say like, I'm actually willing to come to a middle ground with you guys if I'm arguing with someone about tariffs. I'm actually willing to come to a middle ground with you guys and do what's called a border adjustment tax. Currently our origin-based corporate profits tax leaves imports untaxed. I actually want to tax those imports by doing a destination-based tax, be it a VAT or preferably a destination-based cash flow tax. Like, Republicans call it a border adjustment tax, so I'd probably say, or, a border adjustment tax, this is called. The issue with doing that is, one, they have a high conviction take. If someone is a if someone has a high conviction take about like doing 20% tariffs on everybody, and they don't even know anything about any of the basic Econ 101 shit, then you don't deserve for me to come to you and say, I'm willing to have a middle ground here. No, you don't deserve that. You deserve to be ridiculed. You deserve to be making fun of. You deserve to be shit on. Okay? So that's issue number one. Second issue is that they don't know what a DBCFT is. No one in the audience knows what a DBCFT is. I don't want to waste time in a debate explaining what a DBCFT is just for them to say some dumb shit afterwards because they don't even understand it. Ever watch YouTube lectures on micro, macro, or read a textbook? I mean, I've read a decent amount of the Principles of Economics, Greg Mankiw. I think I've watched a few specific lectures. Like I watched the health economics lecture for the MIT open coursing. Bro, no one wants these tariffs actually understands any of what you're talking about. Exactly. I know. And I don't know how to exactly. That's the issue. Exactly. Getting more expensive to do business in China. The subsidies were saving it. Yeah, I mean, well, the subsidies also, I think, it wasn't. I'm trying to remember if it was Economics Explained, who doesn't always have good stuff, or if it was I think it was. Wasn't Paul? There's a channel like Poly. I'm just gonna look up Poly China Economics. It's gonna come up. Watch Polymatter. I think it might have been and maybe it was this. I don't know. There's also a Krugman article that came out like today that we have to read about China, but I think this video, it's one of these videos that did a really good job of like explaining, well, I mean, China like subsidizes the export, but that like hurts its own domestic consumption, and you end up just fucking yourself. But I don't know. It's not reason position, so you can't reason them out of it. Yeah, I know. I'll try. I can shit on them in the audio and get good YouTube clips, okay? Accounting framework. Double entry. Any transaction has two sides. In an economic transaction, something of economic value is provided and something of equal value is received. This notion is reflected in the double entry accounting framework used in the balance of payments. Tournament issuettes? What? Is that a word that I don't know? This notion is reflected in the double entry. True King. In this framework, for every transaction between an Australian resident and the rest of the world, the balance of payments will record two entries. Turn type true. Have you ever watched Noah Smith debate Scott Sumner? Oh, I had no clue they even debated. That sounds fucking awesome. What the hell? Noah Smith, that the normal arguments of subsidization and trade may not apply as clearly to clean energy because of externalities of climate change. And that makes sense. I think I watched, I watched this one, there was a podcast with Scott Sumner and I forget who, it was some economist that lives in Israel. I know he lives in Israel because he mentioned like 5 times in the podcast. I live in Israel now, by the way. I forget why he kept mentioning it. It was funny though. With Scott Sumner was arguing like, oh, industrial policy is like, you know, almost always a bad idea. And even the national security concerns, you know, don't check out. And there were a few arguments he gave. I just remember, I mean, like one he gave was like, well, you know, the U.S. is like in a really strong position. You know, we have 2 oceans to defend us and like the strongest military in the world. And it's like, okay, but you know, doesn't really mean we don't, like, I understand like the U.S. is in a stronger position in terms of like national security compared to like fucking Ukraine and Taiwan, but like, are we really going to say like isn't an issue that like semiconductors are made in Taiwan? Like really, Scott? Like really, Scott? That's the latest one. Let's watch it. Latest what? I don't know. You asked if I watched the latest econ. Oh wait, is that the No Opinion podcast? Do you mean? Oops. Isn't it Econ 102? Yeah. Econ 102. You mean Econ 102. Okay. I know what you're talking about. No, I haven't watched it, but I have. Why did
So I'm sure we could find lots of other manufactured goods in China that haven't been encouraged by the government.
Okay, anyway. Yeah, we can watch this later. I need to finish reading this, but yeah. So yeah, I know I haven't watched the video. I don't listen to Noah Smith's podcast. But I do know of it. And you were describing it inaccurately. It wasn't my knowledge problem. It was your typing problem. Okay. So just want to clear that up. Another non-fun W. I'm better than Noah Smith. I am the next Noah Smith, okay? You watched 30 years from now. No fun, more like no faux opinion. Am I right? Oh, nice one, Localist. You banned TikTok. No fap. Real. No one's supposed to debate Scott Sumner, and yesterday, Nathan Tunkus debated Bob Murphy and MMT lol on Noah Smith's thing, or no? Link that. Okay. I debated MMT and Ticket Localist. Do you have enough knowledge to debate MMT? No offense, buddy, but plenty of people are able to debate MMT way better than you can, buddy. I doubt Dylan Smith would entertain it. No, yeah, I guess that's true, actually, yeah. Yes, and I figured you're against MMT. I know that much, but, I really don't. Localist is, when it comes to economics, yeah, Localist doesn't, yeah. Localist is dumb, and whenever he gets, like, drilled down on something, he just says, oh, I was trolling the whole time. Like, yeah, no, yeah. Localist was unironically, he'll say this is a troll now, but it most definitely wasn't. Localist is unironically argue that you should adjust real wages to inflation before, okay? Localist does not understand. Localist's entire ideology is founded on a misunderstanding of opportunity cost, okay? Yeah. MT guys in nearly took Moser. Was told a story on Murphy all those years ago. Yeah, I watched that one. That one is funny. Yeah. Okay, any transaction has two sides. Something economic value is provided and something equal value is received. I'll say economic transaction because that has, that entails that. You actually like the double entry shit. Anyway, okay. This is reflected in the double entry accounting framework. Used in the balance of payments. It's not just used in the balance of payments, but yeah. In this framework, for every transaction between an Australian resident and the rest of the world, the balance of payments will record two entries. When economic value is provided a credit entry. When economic value is provided, a credit entry is made, and when an economic value is received, a debit entry is made. The credit and debit will be for the same amount, but the credit will be recorded as a positive entry and the debit as a negative entry. For example, when a shipment of wheat is exported from Australia to an overseas buyer, a credit will be made in the balance of payments reflecting the value of the shipment that has been provided to the overseas buyer. On the other side of the transaction, the Australian seller receives a payment for the wheat shipments that is recorded as offsetting the debit entry. Since every transaction in the balance of payments has two offsetting entries, the total balance of payments should be zero. To judge a fish by its ability to climb a tree. Well, no, and I understand that, like, you have said this to me. You've said this to me a lot before. Like, you don't understand. Like, you haven't read into economics a lot. Like, that's fine. And it's like, oh, I'll do it one day. The issue is two things. One, you just told me that you have enough knowledge to debate MMT, and now you seem to be like retreating to like saying that you don't have, a ton of knowledge in economics. But like, secondly, you have very high conviction takes on economics without a basic understanding of it, and that is the like bigger issue there. That was the problem with Biden. He had a freaking Stephanie Kelton working. Wait, did Stephanie? No, right? I remember Stephanie Kelton was on Bernie's team. I think. I mean, a lot of Biden's, like, the IRA was designed to be deficit neutral. Even now, it's probably not actually deficit neutral, but I mean, at least you tried. What bill did Kelton work on? The American Rescue Plan. I mean, if Kelton wrote the American Rescue Plan, I mean, like, first of all, based. Pretty sure she said it on Money Macro podcast. I mean, I don't know. It makes sense that she'd be consulted some way. I know. I mean, Jared Bernstein is the Council of Economic I forget the exact position Jared Bernstein has, but he's not an MMTer. MMTers make fun of him for that horrible answer he gave, right? And he's on Biden's economic team. Chair of the Council of Economic Advisors. Also, R.I.P. Jared Bernstein. And also R.I.P. Lena Khan. Okay? They will be missed. Even if I don't always agree with both of them all the time. R.I.P. 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 Part of the agreement for Bernie dropping out was a joint advisory committee that involved members of the Bernie camp, including Kelton Based. So we did have... So Arthur Laffer was right when he said Bidenomics, also known as MMT. You know what? Fuck. I keep getting distracted from the read I'm trying to do. Okay, I need to read this shit. Okay, but you know what annoys me? You know what annoys me so much is when I see fucking conservatives say... They'll say like one of two things. Of course the economy is good under Biden. All you have to do is spend a bunch of money. Or, of course the job numbers look good. The job numbers are the easiest to gain. Easiest thing to game. You just create a bunch of government jobs. And it's like, okay. So like, one, you don't understand crowding out. Because obviously if we're at full employment, like let's say hypothetically we're literally at full employment. If the government spends more money to like create jobs, that destroys jobs in other sectors. And that's true, you know, if we're near full employment, right? Like you can't, the government near or at full employment, like the government spending does not like create net jobs because you draw resources away from other sectors, right? Now let's say we're not at full employment, so that doesn't happen. And the government spends money and creates net jobs. Okay, why the fuck is that not a good thing? Why is that not a good thing? Like good? Like they're like brother, like really? Like I mean it could be I don't know, it could long term be a bad thing if like you know, like maybe we, you know, the government is, yeah, if we have the if we have like jobs that aren't actually productive or whatever, but more jobs equals more good. That's exactly my position, localist, which is why I'm definitely not immediately caveating it afterwards. That's so true, localist. How do you know exactly my position? Wow.
You wrote something, and
also
I
Biden
think
spent way less than Trump. Dude, it'll be really interesting to see how many tax cuts we actually fucking get out of Trump, dude. Oh my god. And how much the deficit actually goes up. God, I hope. I'm conflicted, okay? I don't know, one. The whatever fucking bird flu shit, okay, that's spreading in chickens, okay, and making the price of eggs goes up. Okay. On one hand, those poor chickens that are mass slaughtered, right? Okay, good vegan here. On the other hand, oh my god, get fucked. Oh my, the price of eggs is going up, and it's all Trump caused it. Trump caused it. No, I won't hear any of your arguments saying that it's due to this fucking pandemic. What, this chicken pandemic? What the fuck? What do you even know? It's due to Donald Trump. What do you mean? Donald Trump turned the inflation dial up. What do you mean? Like, productive jobs. So true. But I mean, there are cases where I'd say like it could be the case where like if the choice is between no jobs and like jobs that are not super productive, like there could still be net positives there. A lot of MMT are support like a job guarantee, which I don't think is necessarily a great idea, but.
Page 13, you wrote something, and I think that didn't
page 13? What? I read up to page 13, okay?
True, so there's a prediction that didn't...
I remember she said she was on Bernie's team, and I remember her giving the story of, like, who would wipe... Yeah, I remember that. I found the story funny when, like, she would ask congressmen, like, you know, if you could wave a magic wand tomorrow and wipe out all government debt, would you do it? And they all like raise their hand and say yes. And then like she would say, I heard it back in high school. I guess technically I did too. It was just high school for me. It was a year ago. But I didn't finish it, by the way. But we could read the chapter on the trade deficit because that will be relevant. She would say like, oh, well, Congressman, if you could, wave a magic wand and get rid of all U.S. bonds tomorrow, would you? And none of them would say yes because they didn't realize those were the same thing. Okay, they didn't realize that public sector debt is private sector assets.
Come true. But I think you like that it didn't come true. Because you wrote, if history, this is about COVID, and the first COVID stimulus had already happened, if history is any lesson, anxiety over rising budget deficits will lead to pressure to reduce fiscal support in order to wrestle deficits lower. That didn't happen. After that, Biden passed another stimulus round. I wanted to ask this in relation, could it be that modern monetary policy, or at least the deficit myth, is no longer relevant in the sense that, they didn't think, oh, it's just a deficit. They thought about the real deficit, and that was the problems that COVID brought.
Okay, so I'm not exactly sure which package had passed because this paperback edition came out, in March.
Yeah, before Biden was elected. So this was the Trump package.
Okay, so the package that was first passed when Biden was elected and came out is actually the package that I helped work on. I was on. When
you mean such programs, you're paying for the bureaucrat to do what the IRS is already real, true, Tron, true. Yes, we already have an institution for reducing your income. Why the fuck do we need 40 more different institutions for every stupid program to reduce your income by taking away your benefits? No, we already have an institution for reducing your income. We don't need more. We only need one. I don't want the government to have multiple different institutions for stealing your income. Ooh, you know what? I could use this in the ERS debate. For stealing your income, for stealing your money. They just need one institution to steal your money, okay?
Advisory committee for the Biden income
so much fucking
administration.
for my mic, man.
$1.9 trillion package was initially envisioned. So I knew in the summer of 2020, before the election, that if the Democrats were successful and the opportunity presented itself.
Oh, what's up, Brass? This is like an example of what non-fun live show would be: a dork reading and an uninterested person halfway watching.
The president was going to push for a $1.9 trillion package, and
didn't we just say that?
No,
I might. I don't know. Like,
imagine that Democrats would win those 2 seats in Georgia that gave them the Senate that allowed this. So, I'm thinking politically here also, like the likelihood of something like that happening, as well as just the psychology of being willing to push for another round of very large fiscal support on the heels of what had already been done. So you're right to say that I was pleasantly surprised, not just that they could pass that piece of legislation, but that they went on to do so much more after that.
Yeah, okay. Oh, that's interesting. I didn't know that because I think it's pretty well known that you have worked with Bernie Sanders, but maybe it's my ignorance, but I think less well known at least that you also worked with the first Biden administration.
Yeah, so in the summer of 2020, Senator Sanders and
first Biden administration. Oh no.
Joe Biden put together, they worked collaboratively, and they said, okay, we want to try to bring together some people who have ideas that represent the Sanders sort of, if you like, wing of the Democratic Party, together with people who would be part of an incoming administration if Joe Biden were to win. So they established, I think, 6 working groups. They called them task forces, and they put 8 people on each of the 6. I was one of the 8 on the task force for the economy. There was one on healthcare, one on climate, and one on education, and so forth. So 5 people from the Biden team and 3 people from the Sanders side worked together over many months in the summer and hashed out differences and shared policy ideas and sort of helped to shape what became the platform for the administration. And in fact, the Democratic Party platform, that's where that came from.
Okay. Oh, wow. Okay. That's very interesting. Sort of reflecting back. So here, I think when you wrote the book, this was less of a mainstream position, but it had, in that sense, a really big impact.
Oh, sure. I mean,
Biden somehow serves the second term. We've got bigger problems. Bigger problems than what? I mean, realistically, like, Biden would have, but like, let's say Biden didn't drop out and then Biden somehow won. Realistically, Biden would have retired, right? Like, out like a year into his term. Like, there's no way he wouldn't have retired, right? I would guess. I don't know. Okay, anyway, double entry. Hold on. Let me turn on noise suppression. Mic levels seem to be. Okay. I don't need that high. I just need it. You guys still hear this? Okay, maybe a little higher. Done. Why did the noise suppression your SM7B not come with a sure motive? I don't know. I don't know audio stuff. I don't know what that is, man. Oh, what is this? I don't know. I just need noise suppression because I'm playing with this and it's noisy. And I think I have programs you're paying for the beer. I don't have a cloud lifter either, so there is quite a high like noise floor. Because I have my gain turned all the way up of my poor little Scarlett Solo. Forgot to do what the IRS is already real, true. Oh, true, accurate. Steal money. I'll have just good for the typing sounds, which don't really matter, but. Okay, what was I? Okay, double entry accounting. And that's framework every transaction. So it's framework. Every transaction between an Australian resident and the rest of the world. We'll record 2 equal credit and debit entries. When economic value is provided, a credit entry is made, and when economic value is received, a debit is made. The credit will be for the same amount, but the credit will be recorded as a positive entry, and the debit as a negative entry. My Sharesen 7B came with it. Wait, hold on. Should have been a little slip that is a serial number code. It's Share's website. You can get their proprietary tech for digital micro. I honestly did not know that existed. Hold on. Hold on. Here, 1 second. Hold on. Hold on here. Oh, wait a second. Wait a second. I didn't know that Share even had their own software, much less there's a code included. Wait, hold on. Where is this shit? This shit's not real. You may gaslighting me right now. I have a sticker. Limited warranty. You're gaslighting me. You're gaslighting me. Gaslighting me. There's no way. I ain't ever heard of this. User guide. This user guide is like 5 pages long. It just has it in 100 different languages. Is it in this? Dog. Okay, this is just a warranty. In every goddamn language known to man. This isn't Japanese. I have no clue what this is. These are safety precautions. You're lying. You're gaslighting me. I got this box out for nothing. I have like the alternative like cover. Oh no, it's in Japanese. I mean, some of it is. I mean, it's in every fucking language known to man. Like they print the first 3 pages are in English, and then the next 100 are in every other language. Like this is the first page. You're lying. You're lying right now. Gaslighting me. There's the other pop filter that I never use. Oh, you're lying. Made this up. I don't know. I'll figure it out later. I'm sure, like, I'm missing it or I can somehow redeem it or whatever. It's on their website, Judy. I know. I'll figure it out. I just want to make sure I didn't miss it, okay? Clearly, it's not in here. Clearly, I was scammed. Technically, I did. I got really lucky. I found a listing for this microphone on eBay. I ended up getting it for $220. Check the bottom. Bottom of what? It wouldn't be there, I don't think. It doesn't matter. I'll check it out later, okay? I have NVIDIA broadcast. It works fine. I can't believe you didn't know that. I've never heard of. I don't know. Sure. I mean, I guess it makes sense. I don't know why they wouldn't have their own software, honestly. What does this even let me do? Oh, look, it's even okay. Remote plot. Mobile recording. Okay, I'll do it after the stream. Okay, so for example, if or when a shipment of wheat is exported from Australia to an overseas buyer, a credit entry is made. Any balance of payments reflecting the value of the shipment that has been provided to the overseas buyer. A debit entry is also made Drawing seller receives a payment for the okay. Drawing seller receives a payment for the wheat shipment, and this is recorded as the offsetting debit entry. Since every transaction in the balance of payments has 2 offsetting entries, the total balance of payments should be 0. Net errors and omission. I mean, this just... I've heard about this before. They just include this because they know accounting, from an accounting perspective, it has to equal 0, but obviously it's impossible to track literally every single transaction in an economy, so they just include an errors category and make it balance out. When you boot up software, you have to enter your mic serial number. Oh, well, I'm sure the serial number is on one of those things. I thought I keep it under lock and key. I have the serial number. Wait, did I finish explaining how I got super lucky in this deal. I saw it on eBay for like $220, and it came with the microphone, the XLR cable, this is a fancy Megumi Gold. Is that how I pronounce it? I think that's how I pronounce it. XLR cable. This is a nice fancy XLR cable. And a shitty audio interface, but I don't have an audio interface at all, so a shitty audio interface is better than none. I did eventually get a Scarlett Solo 4th Gen, which is a decent audio interface for what I need it for, which is just this. So I got it for $220, and the listing had it. I forget if the trade-ups are myth and real. I forget if the listing had it as new or used. I think it did. I think I had it as new, but I was like, no shot, this is new, right? I didn't even believe it was real. I put like a low ball. It was for like $250. I was like, I'll make an offer for $220, and they accepted it. And I was like, okay, I just got fucking scammed. I didn't think they'd accept it. I was like, I just got fucking scammed. This is not real. But I got it, and lo and behold, it was new in box. Okay. The box had clearly been sitting, like it was super, like the box was dusty. It had clearly like been sitting like in the, like, yeah, I know this is a good XLR cable. It's like a $50 XLR cable on its own. It's kind of annoying because eventually I will buy a Cloud Lifter, and like even like a 2-foot Megumi cable, it's like $50. So like if I buy a Cloud Lifter, if I want the same XLR cable going out of the Cloud Lifter, I need to spend like $50 on just an XLR cable. Not that it would matter that much if I had the fucking 2-foot like Amazon Basics XLR cable going out of the Cloud Lifter. But regardless, sure, I don't even know what the MVX2U. Oh, this. Yeah, I've seen this before, yeah. It can't be worse than what I have on me. What do you have? But yeah, I got super lucky. I was surprised that it was actually new in box, and I was like, no way, this shit's real. But I did all. I forget all the tests that I did, like, to make sure it's real. Like, it's like these like rubber things should come out easy if it's fake, but they don't. The back of it, like if you unscrew the back covering here, it should be like brass, and fake ones are often silver, and this is like solid like brass or whatever. So it is shockingly real. And I mean, it was new in box and it included everything. So like I got super lucky. And it makes me feel powerful speaking into it, okay? I feel like a real streamer, not with my shitty, stupid condenser mic. I have a condenser mic. I have a Shure SM7B. You have to take what I have to say seriously, okay? Because I have the same mic as all the fancy streamers. 460 from my mic and converter. See, you didn't play the game like I did. While the total balance of payment should be zero, this is not always occur in practice. This can be due to measurement errors because it is difficult to accurately record every single transaction between Australian residents and the rest of the world. And sometimes transactions are not measured at all, and they are omitted. Because of this, there's an additional item included in balance of payments known as net errors and omission to ensure that it always balances. In the real world, balance of payments doesn't always equal zero. That's because it's impossible to accurately track every single transaction between Australian residents and the rest of the world. I saw that localist. True. Which there actually could have, like, he could have instructed the archivist to actually add it to the Constitution. And that would have been some type of, like, contentious legal issue. But, like, he just said it. Like, he has the authority to tell the archivist to add it to the Constitution. And then it would be, I forget the exact standing of the ERA. And then like I think like the Supreme Court would probably have to rule on whether or not like the deadline added to the ERA is constitutional or like whatever. I forget the whole dispute surrounding it. But he didn't do that. He just like tweeted it. He just like tweeted, whatever. Equal Rights Amendment, it's the 20th Amendment, is law of the land. Real.
I can imagine what can be and be unburdened by what has been. You know?
What can be unburdened by what has been. What can be unburdened by what has been. What can be unburdened by
Look at
what
this.
has been. What can be.
Net errors and emissions categories. Is added to ensure balance of payments always equals zero. Why did Biden be impeached for high crimes? Well, I mean, he was impeached, right? No, he wasn't impeached, but there was an impeachment inquiry into him, right? And they weren't able to find. They tried. They didn't find anything. They couldn't find any high crimes and misdemeanors or whatever. They tried. They looked for them. To help illustrate the distinction between different economic transactions and how they're recorded in balance of payments, consider the following examples. An Australian mining company exports 100 million of ore that are to a private Chinese steelmaker. The Chinese steelmaker will only provide payment for the shipment once it arrives in China from Australia, which is known as a trade credit because the payment is only made after the good is received. $100 million shipment of ore from Australia as an export and is recorded as a goods credit under the trade balance. The trade credit payment from a Chinese steelmaker is recorded in a financial account as a debit under other investment trade credit. Strand residents, including friends Michelle and Megan, go on an overseas holiday to Bali during winter and spend a total of $5 million. The Australian residents pay for their holiday using money deposited in their Australian bank accounts. The $5 million Australian residents, $5 million Australian residents spent on overseas travel is an import and recorded as a service debit in the trade balance, specifically import tourism. The payment is made to overseas households and businesses for the accommodation, food, sightseeing, etc. by the Australian residents from their domestic bank accounts recorded as in the financial account as other investment currency and deposits. And here, let me do this. Taylor, an Australian resident, buys $20 million of shares in a company listed on the New York Stock Exchange, equivalent to less than 10% of the voting rights in that company. The shares are paid for using money from Taylor's bank account in Australia. The $20 million shares purchased by Taylor is recorded in the financial account as a debit under portfolio investment because the purchase does not result in a significant degree of influence over the firm. The payment for the shares is made from Taylor's Australian bank account and recorded in the financial account credit as a credit under other investment currency and deposits. Well, why doesn't it? Does this correspond to any examples? Oh, does this correspond to all of them? But what's the trade credit or whatever? Yeah, this, okay. I don't know if this will copy the table correctly. Oh my god, it does. Do you only do research on, do you only do this research on stream? Primarily, I'm not good at focusing when I'm not streaming, even though I'm not that good at focusing even when I am streaming, because I have chat to distract me. I'm better doing like long reading when I'm on stream than off stream. So primarily, I mean, obviously, I still read stuff off stream. I read news articles, and I do a little bit of reading books off stream, not that much. Only when I'm like, you know, like let's say like at the DMV or something, and like, yeah, you know, I have time. Yeah. I guess whenever I do a little bit as well, like if I'm trying to write a blog post or something, or like, you know, trying to make like a YouTube short or something. Although a lot of times I already have. Honestly, I'll probably turn this into a blog post. A lot of times I like kind of double dip where like, you know, I do the research for something like this on stream, and I can, you know, use it to like write a short blog post or whatever, or make a YouTube short and stuff like that. The relationship between the accounts. The current account is always offset by the capital and financial account, so that the sum of these accounts to balance the payments is 0. The logic underlying this, and represented in the double entry accounting framework, is that the value of whatever is traded recorded in the current account is offset by a movement of some form in the of assets to pay for it recorded in the capital and financial account. Current account balance. It's always offset by the combined capital and financial account balance. Logic being that the value of whatever is traded recorded in the current account is offset by movement of some form in assets to pay for it. Well, you essentially made a ton of mini literature reviews. If you learn statistics, you'd probably be a good researcher. You know what? In a way, yeah. I do need to... I don't know if I'll do the statistics research on stream. The issue of doing the statistics research on stream, okay, is that I am fine at math, okay? But I'm not that good at arithmetic. Like, basic, like, I will mess up the same way, like, I mess up, like, basic spelling all the time here. I would be so embarrassed if, like, I was, like, doing fucking 7 times 8 and, like, I wrote down, like, 42 and not 56 or something. I don't, maybe I shouldn't be as embarrassed by that, but...
I didn't care about my hair right now, otherwise...
I'm curious what they're debating. I think I left this fucking group chat because, oh my god, they rant so much in that group chat. Holy shit. I kept getting, like, I was streaming and there'd be like 5 DMs in this group chat, and like one of them I would want to respond to because there was something stupid. It was a drain on my resources.
And like, instead it's turning this like uniform where every...
Also, oh my god, Pentuple is so fucking... I told Pentuple how to fix this, but he doesn't... He has me muted, so... He doesn't listen. He's using... I don't know if he's using Streamlab or OBS. But either one, I believe, has the same thing, where... Down here, there's a virtual cam thing. Oh, hold on, I can't see it. There's a virtual camera, right? And this can either be an entire scene, so it can be like my entire screen right now, or it can be just my camera. And he has it set to his entire screen. He can just set it to his camera, or he can do what I do. What I do is I have a separate scene called Cam 2, which is only my camera, but also has these 2 logos on it. One of them mirrored, one of them not mirrored. So no matter what direction my camera is, I always get the plug, baby. Let's go. And he can just set it to that scene. But he doesn't, because he I mean, anyway. No big deal. Don't worry. Just take every econometrics class you can get. I mean, it's sure. I was told econometrics is easy because I am some of my buddies, like Sample and Swag, are like in the Dean Withers Discord server, and in the like econ section of it, they were talking about econometrics and how they all were passing their econometrics class with like above 90s in them. So, the last math class I took, I did actually get a 100 in. Now, I did take like the lowest level math class I could, not because I'm bad at math, but it's by the fact that I got a 100 in it, but because what I would do is finish the work quickly and then read. Like a true Chad. And reflected in a double entry accounting framework. Consequently, when a balance of one account is in surplus, i.e. it's a positive value representing credit, the balance of the other account must be in a deficit, i.e. is a negative value representing a debit. We can summarize the relationship between the accounts used with an example of Australian economic developments. Australia has tended to borrow from overseas, reflecting investment in Australia in the Australian economy. Jesus. The capital flowing into Australia is recorded as a credit in the balance of payments and has been associated with a capital and financial account surplus. The surplus is matched by current account deficit recorded as debt. Part of the reason for Australia's current account deficit is the interest Australia pays to the rest of the world on its international borrowing. I was top of my class at econometrics too. It really comes down to whether research interests you, and you've done research projects, and you found research projects that interest you. Yeah, should be good. Will you guys watch again? 30 years from now, someone's going to dig this old stream up and be like, when Nanfan called himself the next Paul Krugman, he was right. He was right. How did he know? How did he know? Nanfan is the next Robert Lucas. True. I'm the next. I'm the next. Who is the most Austrian guy? I don't. Mises. I'm the next Fabian Liberty. When a balance of one account. Surplus. The other must be in deficit. And vice versa. Do statistics, research, and stream. You've got your friend that does data science. I think, yeah, Sample. Shout out Sample. I mean, that's doing MSc. Masters. Is that what it is? In economics and economics. You're the next Warren Belzer. Real. Max is the next Scott Stumner, big monitor, big monetarist guy, NGDP targeting pilled. Okay, oh my god, this website sucks. Okay, this is like. Okay, I don't think I need this. Oh my god, Ludwig, why did Ludwig von Mises come up with the balance of payments or something? Was it not Keynes? Was it Mises? Why did they cite him? Okay, I mean, I guess I'll keep this here, but that's not really a take notes thing. This is kind of like a actual study sheet. Oh my god, Arcana boy, what's up? Look at this guy, chat. Social science, the best arguments prove more than the best studies real. Ah. He tried to scratch himself, but he started scratching me because I was in his way. My bad. Kind of like trying to find the best way to explain to people that savings minus investment equals a trade deficit. And I don't know how to explain that to someone who doesn't name one controversial issue that has been resolved by econometrics. You know what? Well, someone might have an answer to that. I don't have an answer to that. You know what? Point taken, I guess. But I can't think of one off the... I mean, I'm not the person to ask about the history of economic thought and arguments, okay? So there could be a good answer out there. Ask ChatGPT. Dude, pull a localist party. Since the balance of payment is based upon a system of double entry bookkeeping, the total debits must equal total credits. This is because two aspects of each transaction are recorded in an equal amount, but appear on opposite sides at a balance of payments account. I use schizophrenic robots to answer. Data often resolves issues, but econometrics, as in the case of Friedman's consumption function, but not econometrics. In this accounting sense, balance of payments for a country must always balance. The self-observed Baudrillard hypothesis was examines the idea that voters primarily make decisions based on maximizing their own maximizing their own personal benefit rather than considering broader social issues. Research using econometric methods has provided evidence challenging this view and showing that voters sometimes consider wider factors when casting ballots. This is what schizophrenia about. Why do you call them schizophrenia? Are you telling me you don't trust ChatGPT? Econometrics doesn't prove things. Oh, okay, Mr. Fabian Liberty. Okay, welcome back. You'll need a theoretical model too, but for example, card and I don't know how to pronounce that. Research and minimum wage, for example, let it do a whole bunch of theoretical models. Sure, okay. No, I don't trust ChatGPT. What? This guy. Ask ChatGPT for it. No, kind of like, I know why savings minus investments equals a trade deficit. I need to figure out a way to explain that to people who we're going to be debating without their brain exploding, okay? And without the audience's brain exploding, without using technical language, okay? I understand. I don't know how to make that explain. Understand. Maybe ChatGPT. I need ChatGPT to explain it using a fucking Fortnite analogy, okay? Use Fortnite to explain why S minus I equals NX. Oops. Equals NX. Imagine Fortnite as an in-game economy where players trade resources, materials, weapons, items, and build structures, investments. Here's how the components relate. In Fortnite, savings could mean materials, wood, brick, metal you gather for future use. Players save resources when they collect, but don't immediately spend them. And okay, this Fortnite analogy is not really. Investments in Fortnite are structures you build, like walls, ramps, or towers, to protect yourself or gain a strategic advantage. Building requires you to use your save materials, resources, net exports. In Fortnite analogy, net exports represents the exchange of resources between teams or players. If you trade more material, okay, it's not really. I mean, it's kind of using Fortnite. Well, that's true, Convoy. But if you save more resources than you use for building, SFRI, you have extra materials to trade with other players. It's like running a trade surplus. Suppose you gather 100 units of... Okay, well, I mean, this is just... In Fortnite, just like in real economies, managing resources wisely ensures you can trade effectively, maintain a balance between what you save, build, and trade. The truth is, most important arguments we learn in economics were arrived at through introspection instead of looking at data or conducting econometric analysis. People often don't like to admit this, though. Okay. Fuck, I'm running out of Red Bull. Oh, my cat left me. He's looking at his food bowl, even though he's fat enough. Okay. Stop drinking Red Bull. Monster kidneys will think you... it's fine. It's fine. Don't tell me what to do. Get fucked. I need it. I need it. How can it be bad for me if I need it? I bet you piss gloves in the dark. No, it's just like really, you know, like dark brown and red sometimes, you know, and the normal color. Double debits must be equal to credits. It's each transaction is recorded in will equal opposite sides in equal amounts. It's true, but econometrics can test the predictions of these models, and I'm often pointing out flaws or nuances that exist in theories, putting economists back to the drawing board. True. The debit side shows the use or total foreign exchange acquired in particular period. The credit side shows the sources from which the foreign exchange is acquired during a particular period. Use of total foreign exchange acquired in a particular period. I'm sorry, debit side. Oops. Oh my god, he's back. He's mad at me. He doesn't want me to bet him while he's giving himself a bath. My bad. Credit side tracks sources from which the foreign exchange is acquired during a particular period. Why was you bet cat when he's bathing? That's like when someone walked up in the shower and poured wet all on you. My bad. I know. My bad. He was listen. He's still here, okay? He clearly doesn't mind too much. If he gets fucking fur on all my things, okay? I'm allowed to pet him while he's bathing himself, okay? Against every credit entry, there was an offsetting debit entry and vice versa. So the receipts and payments on these two sides must be equal. Hence, the two sides must necessary balance. It should be necessarily. If X imports from Y, Y would also import from X. Hence, there would be a debit and credit entries and a balance of payments of both countries, X and Y. The individual items in a balance of payments may not balance, but total credits of a country must be equal to its total debits. If there's any deficit in an individual account, it will be covered by a surplus in other accounts. If there's any difference between total debts and total credits, it will be settled under errors and omissions. Hence, in the accounting sense, the balance of payments of a country always balances. I'm going to need to repeat himself like 3 times. The total receipts to all sources. He receives amount to R700. What the fuck? Is this a currency? Oh, a unit. Okay, that makes sense. Every credit entry. There must be an offsetting. And total accounts, payments equal to RS 990. Oh, okay, I don't know how to pronounce that. When item is included, total payment is 1,000. Has a total credits equal to total debit. Thus, their current accounts and capital accounts balance each other. Thus, surplus in the current account is equal to deficit in the capital account. Deficit in the current account is equal to the surplus in the capital account. In the above given table, the balance of current account shows a deficit of blah blah blah, but it's a corresponding surplus of 2,000 in the capital account. Hence, the credit and debit sides of the balance of payments is in equilibrium. The balance of trade in the country may not balance. For instance, if exports exceed imports, there's a surplus in and a favorable balance of trade, and vice versa. Only if the value of exports is equal to the value of imports, the balance of trade is said to be in equilibrium. But the balance of payments always balances because every transaction must be settled. Hence, total debts must be equal to total credits. Any deficit in any individual account must be covered by a surplus in another account. Okay, hence, total credits equal to total debits. And the current account and capital account balance each other out. A surplus in the current account is equal to the deficit. Capital account and the deficit. A deficit in the current account is equal to the surplus in the capital account. Crazy. I think this... Yeah, I want to write down these statistics as well. Also, Econoboy, if you're still here, any studies you have on the pass-through rate of tariffs and the amount of the specific amount of exchange rate appreciation caused by tariffs, send them, okay? So I can autistically cite them one after another. If they not that any of these people actually respect the results of empirical studies, but I have a few studies on a pass-through, mostly the like steel tariffs during Trump's first term. Random. Who are you talking to about economics? Gibbs set up a debate between it's me and Econoboy on one side versus Pentuple and is it that dumb chick like Margot Robbie? I don't. The other girl is someone I've never spoken to before, and she doesn't really stream. Whoever this girl is. Apparently she's some director of a company and also has been on TV. Yeah, I'm not included. Okay, doesn't matter. Okay. You asked me. Why you say what? What do you mean? Oh, okay. So some girl who listen. Realistically, well, I mean, I sent Pentuple my blog post and a PDF of Principles of Economics by Greg Mankiw. If Pentuple was smart, he would have read them. My blog posts are not that hard to understand. They're written by an idiot. Me? Principles of Economics. It's not that hard to understand. Well, I don't know. For him, it might be. I sent him the PDF. But the last two times we talked, I know he has not read anything. Ever. Not even... Unless the only thing he's read have been written by AI, but yet he constantly, in that first debate, the second debate, constantly just accused me, kid from Google over here, kid from Google. It's just Googling everything. It's like So it's going to be what? Listen, all I'm saying is if I was Pentuple and you're going up against a boy who has a degree in economics and his name is Boy, runs a YouTube channel focused on economics, has a podcast focused on economics, and me, who is autistic, and I'm not actually autistic. I'm using autistic in the sense that you know, there's quite a bit of reading we've done here. I'm just saying, if I was Pentuple, I would not have agreed to this. I would not. That's all I'll say. All I'll say is that I would not have agreed. And it makes sense why he wouldn't talk to me for so long. I don't know what changed his mind. Okay. Some welcome trade facts from White House economist. The economic report of the president, released annually by the Council of Economic Advisors, is always full of useful and interesting data, and the just published 2024 edition is certainly no exception. Did you see Mankiw debating Aaron Dube on minimum wage? No. I don't actually know what Mankiw's position on a minimum wage is. I would imagine he's somewhat against it. I don't know. This is just a core econ video. Or is it, did they like have a spat on Twitter or something? Is that what you mean?
Average essentially unchanged of controls. And finally, there are other approaches that one can use. And, you know, in the last few years, that means
I think I have.
Home in Massachusetts, write these books, send them off via email.
No, I've seen it. I've seen at least some of this.
To my publisher, and by and large, all these students in South Korea are reading them. Now, unfortunately,
considering you didn't link it 16 minutes in, right? It just has saved it.
Well, they're
yeah, I remember this because I remember him explaining the income inequality stuff. Jared Bernstein. Damn, you've seen it all. No, I mean, not really. I've just seen a. You know what? It's actually funny. Not to be rude, Mr. Sondheimer, if you're watching, but my teacher, my old economics teacher, high school economics teacher, Mr. Sondheim, would always sometimes he would have these ideas that he made it sound like they were his ideas, and not like, I don't know if he intentionally did this. And then the more and more Greg Mankiw I watch, I'm like, he just copied that policy from Greg Mankiw. Like one thing he said is you know what I've always thought? I think that people, instead of student loans, you should just agree to give an investor part of your salary for the rest of your life. That way, you align incentives, because I have an incentive to teach you really well, so you get a really good job, and you don't have to deal with a ton of debt. And he always kind of presented like that as his idea. And then like it might have been in that video or it was in a different video. And Greg Mankiw said that same thing. And I was like, huh, like this is, wonder where he got that from. Shout out, Mr. Sonheim. King of introductory level econ? Well, obviously. Didn't you just hear him say that he's a superstar? They read all his textbooks in South Korea. He's like a... Yeah. EPR's new international trade chapter is particularly noteworthy, given the increasing hostility to open market and open trade and investment in Washington, and the often erroneous protectionist narratives used to support it. In a welcome development, the RP thoroughly punctures several of these narratives by summarizing what the actual economics literature says about international trade and investment in the United States today, mostly in line with, and in one case even citing, the essays we've published over the last year as part of Cato's ongoing Defending Globalization project. Below the ARP experts surrounding 6 important trade investment facts with sources in parentheses bolded emphasis mine. You ever played Neil's New Game? No. I don't know what that is. Why does this link to the same thing? Ah. 2024 economic report. The president includes new data. This is just linked to the chapter. Wait, how fucking long is... Okay, whatever. There's a chapter voted towards. International trade. Including useful data. Line of arguments given. In support of free trade. Fact 1. Tariffs and trade agreements don't drive the U.S. trade deficit. U.S. trade deficits are driven by an aggregate savings and investment patterns. Trade deficits can elicit negative attention if the presumption is that the GDP accounting identity were negative net exports minus negative net exports minus that's not minus. Sorry. Jesus, I can't fucking read. Exports minus imports are subtracted from GDP, describes the totality of the relationship between trade and growth. Trade deficits are sometimes associated with import competition, which has historically generated concentrated employment loss for certain groups of workers. However, the connections between trade deficits, economic growth, and employment are closely tied to broader macroeconomic conditions. For example, if economies operating at full employment, a rising trade deficit can be a pressure release valve. Queso's jerking off on stream. What? Where's Queso? I don't follow fucking Queso. What?
That's the thing.
Bro is not jerking it right now. You lying right now. Why is his chat just like spamming? What the fuck? Does this chat always move this fast? I got you good. Damn. Guys, want to see something cool? Hell yeah! Thanks for the sub, Kyle. I appreciate it.
Smile.
So real, bro. Guys, check this out. Guys, check this out. Hold on. Guys, check this out. Guys, hold on. Check this out. Wait, how do I... Wait. Hold on. Hold on. Guys, check this out. Not working. Oh, oh. Mom, such a popular streamer. Wow, you guys are so... Wow, oh man. Oh man. Oh boy. Oh, hey, new viewers. Hello, new viewers. Oh my god, my chat is not designed. You can't even... It goes so fast, you can't even think... They don't even, like, finish swiping onto screen before the next one comes in. Gonna crash the extension I might... Can I add Kai's... Wait, hold on. Who has a ton of viewers right now, too? Hold on. Where it's like Kai's not streaming or something? Who else is how do I... Can I just like... Hey, let me just go to just chatting. Yeah, I don't think Lactoid is the #1 just chatting viewer. Sorry, buddy. Okay, don't know if I can include that. This guy's chat doesn't seem to move that fast.
Oh, swap one's going.
Oh shit! Oh puppy, hold on. Wait, oh I swear, I swear I just... Oh no, never mind. I saw like 100 bits thing come up, and I didn't know if that was my chat or his chat. I swear I saw the words Bubby. I thought it was Bubby. I thought it was Bubby donating 100 bits. Hold on, hold on. All right, even more viewers. It's so... Huh. 50,000 chatters and 3 viewers. Hell yeah. Huh, this is I think I might think I gotta close these. Oh my god, I closed them and they're still... coming in. Holy shit. Okay, we're good, guys. Just gotta wait for all those to disappear. Okay, we're good. We're good. For example, when an economy is operating at full employment, a rising trade deficit can be a pressure release valve, providing needed supplies to imported goods and services that help prevent overheating. Baker 2014. Moreover, imports complement domestic spending on American goods and services so that their negative accounting impact on GDP is partially offset by the domestic value added generated along with downward pressure on inflation. Trade, including via... Also, isn't this... The net effect to imports on GDP is 0. I mean, it says negative accounting impact on GDP, but like that's just because we include imports invisibly into first 3 components, right? Like trade, including via higher imports, can also boost the productivity of importing firms in a broader economy by supporting higher growth. Data supports a view. U.S. trade deficits tend to be counter-cyclical, and its largest areas appears to strong GDP growth because the same drivers of increased domestic demand, including savings minus investment rates, also tend to fuel increased import demand. Trade deficits are often viewed negatively. As many presume. The GDP account identity, we're net exports. Describes the totality of the relationship between trade and growth. There's also often associated with import competition, which historically has generated concentrated employment losses. I like the I forget if this one was from Cato, if this one was from somewhere else. When me and Sample were reading over the critique of Robert Scott's work on the NAFTA equals job losses because trade deficit equals job losses argument. This is stupid shit. The U.S. trade deficit has been this chart will even show us, I think 2 to 4% of GDP, so since the 70s or whatever. A lot of even if bilateral trade deficit changes, usually the total trade deficit, it doesn't change that much. I think if I don't know where I put this shit. Might be this? No. That's fucking Trump's advisor's argument. Oh, wait, I bet I put it in spending globalization after this. No. This. eBay exaggerates the number of American companies who compete directly against Chinese imports. Many of our main imports from China, shoes, clothing, toys, consumer electronics, were being imported from other countries before China's emergence as a major supplier. In fact, as imports from China have risen since 2001 as a share of total imports, imports from other Asian countries have been in relative decline. So imports from China do not typically displace U.S. production, but instead displace imports from other countries. So when is the debate exactly? On Tuesday, 8 p.m. EST, I believe. Or no, 7 p.m. EST, I believe. Reality. Connection between trade deficits, economic growth, and employment. Are closely tied to overall Macroeconomic. Example. If an economy is operating at full employment and a trade deficit serves as a release valve. Providing needed supplies of imported goods and services that help prevent overheating. Moreover, imports complement domestic spending on American goods and services so that their negative accounting impacts on GDP is partially offset by domestic value added generated, along with downward pressure on inflation. Negative accounting impact on GDP. Fucking hell, I hate no shit. Is at least partially offset. Better domestic value added. Downward pressure on inflation. Trade including higher imports can also boost the productivity of importing firms and the broader economy of supporting higher growth. Data supports a few US trade ups that tend to be countercyclical and largely during periods of strong GDP growth. Increase the productivity. Oh, I mean, trade like mechanistically increase the productivity of importing firms. And the broader economy by supporting higher growth. Data shows the U.S. trade deficit tends to be countercyclical and is largely during periods of strong GDP growth because the same drivers of increased domestic demand also tend to fuel increased import demand. Overall trade balances. The fundamental drivers of a country's overall trade balance are its relative savings and investment rates, both public and private. Countries with lower domestic savings than domestic investment, likely as a result of lower domestic saving rates, high domestic investment rates due to attractive economic opportunities, or a combination of the two, tend to run trade deficits and accompanying current account deficits, where the current account balance is defined as the trade balance plus net foreign investment plus net transfer payments, plus blah, 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 blah. The trade balance is typically accounts for the bulk of the current account balance and is highly correlated with it. So for explanatory simplicity, we focus on the trade balance. Trade deficits are necessarily matched by the capital and financial account surpluses, the net inflows of foreign lending necessary to finance the trade deficit, as is the case with the United States. Fundamental driver of a country's trade balance. is its relative saving and investment rates, both public and private. Countries with lower domestic savings and domestic investment tend to run trade deficits and accompanying current account deficits. Tend to run trade deficits. Okay, likewise a low domestic savings rate, high domestic investment due to attractive economic opportunities, or combination of the two. Trade deficits are necessarily matched by the capital and financial account surpluses, the net inflows of foreign capital necessary to finance a trade deficit. Fact 2. Foreign direct investment is good. The United States is the world's FDI leader, and there's been no giant sucking sound of capital leaving the country. Oh, idiot. There we go. Have you read a textbook on this topic, like the textbook Ruben wrote? It's the main textbook when it comes to this stuff. No. I guess I thought about it. I might read some. I'm not going to read the entire textbook, but I did think about reading some of Krugman's textbook. Okay. I just never looked too far into it because I'm not going to. I mean, maybe I'll have some simple explanations of what I want, but like, I don't know. It's just not gonna. I'm just gonna. I considered, and I might still do this, like trying to find questions from so like in my high school we have these things called advanced placement. Basically, it's where you take like a college level course while you're still in high school. So I took AP Macro and AP Micro. I want to consider like finding a question about this that it's on the AP Macro exam and, you know, rewording it to be like a yes or no question rather than like, you know, 4-question multiple choice. And it's be like, hey, by the way, this is a question from an exam that I got the highest score on. I got a 5 on my AP Macro exam when I was 17. It's directly relevant to this topic, right? I don't know if there's any questions about the balance of payments, but if you can't answer this fucking question, you shouldn't be here. You shouldn't be talking. What do you mean? Like, AP Macro. Yeah, I looked up for tariff ones, but I bet if I look up balance of payments questions. Released AP Macro. State that, this is just the answer. State the United States net exports will decrease. Explain the demands for goods for South Africa increase, puts the increase in United States imports. State to the capital. That'd be too complex of a question to like. I want you to like fully model it out. I'm assuming the question had to do with something like exchange rates. Hold on, what the fuck? Sorry, okay. United States leads in global FDI flows. The United States is the largest source of and destination for FDI flows globally. Over 20% of both U.S. FDI flows and outflows in 2022 were targeted at cross-border manufacturing investments, OECD, blah, 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 blah. In addition to providing another source of financing for domestic investment, FDI tends to increase wages and productivity in target firms and can also generate positive spillovers across U.S. firms within an industry. Keller and Evil 2009. The U.S. is both the largest source and recipient of foreign direct investment globally. Or 20% of both US FDI inflows and outflows were targeted at cross-border manufacturing investments. FDI provides another source of financing for domestic investments and tends to increase wages and productivity in the target firms and can also generate positive spillovers across U.S. firms within an industry. Reflecting long-standing trends, the large majority of U.S. FDI flows are either designed for or originate from the country's closest trading partners. For example, in 2022, Canada and other countries in Europe accounted for 79%. Sorry, countries in Europe, not other Canada's not Europe. You know what? Canada should be in the EU, though. One day. Accounted for 79% of inward US FDI flows and 65% of outward. Large majority of FDI flows and outflows. Between our allies and trading partners. Canada and other countries in Europe accounted for 79% inward FDI flows and 65% outward FDI flows. Canada, you mean the 51st state? You know what? I saw I memed about supporting Canada becoming the 51st state because, like, unironically, Canada becoming the 51st state may be preferable to having 25% tariffs on everything from Canada and inevitable retaliatory tariffs from Canada on fucking oil and uranium. Or those were retaliatory export controls from Canada. I mean, like they said they were going to stop like exporting oil and stuff, but also, unironically though, hold on, I gotta scroll through my Twitter likes. Okay, unironically, Canada's interprovincial trade barriers are equivalent to a 21% tariffs Removing them could raise Canadian GDP per capita by 3.8%. Jesus. They got a lot of old people as a big way to Social Security. Well, that could be true, but I don't know. Do they have, I mean, well, when you say a lot of old people, is that, I mean, there's only like 34 million people there to begin with, right? I guess, you know what? Their 34 million people are lower productivity than our people, so you know what? Fuck them. Just make them a, oh no, you're still, like people in Puerto Rico are still entitled to Social Security, right? They're a U.S. citizen. Do all U.S. citizens get it, or just people in the States? I'm assuming all citizens get it, so I'm assuming even people in Puerto Rico get Social Security. Residents of U.S. territories are generally not eligible for Social Security. Oh, and goddamn. But they are eligible for Social Security and Medicare. Oh, well, okay. Wages paid to U.S. citizens, resident aliens, and non-resident aliens employed both in, yeah, so I'm assuming they yeah. State of Georgia is responsible for about 50% of all poultry production, and they just stopped all of it due to bird flu. Expect exit. Oh, Trumpflation! Trumpflation! Yes! Yes! Oh, get fucked. Yeah, I saw this. I like the Matt Iglesias thing. But oh my god. Listen, anything that equalizes the price of real eggs to the just eggs, which is it's like vegan egg alternative. I haven't tried it before, but I'm in favor of. Okay, I actually don't even know if they're that much more expensive than real eggs. I mean, it's hard to. I don't know how many. I don't know how many eggs this is. Is this equal to a dozen eggs? If they're equal to a dozen eggs, if 16 ounces of liquid egg is equal to a dozen eggs, this is $7, which is actually like not that high if you look at the places that are most affected by it. I've seen the pictures on Twitter of $7 eggs. Okay, so you know. Wait. Hold on, guys. It's corporate greed. What are we doing? It's corporate greed. What are we doing here? What do you mean? It's corporate greed. It's because Lita Khan. It's because Lita Khan is gone. Don't you know that they were caught price fixing eggs? Okay. And they got rid of Lita Khan. And now the corporations are all greedy again because she's not there. I'm going to drink 32 ounces of pure liquid egg every morning. You can't stop me. What are the macros at Just Egg? The macro? What do you mean macros? I honestly, I have no clue what the fuck Just Egg is made of. I'm going to be honest. What's the Wikipedia? Plant-based alternatives to gray eggs. Exactly, the gray egg price fixing scheme, okay? Which there was, I mean, that was I remember PPG cited that at me once, and I was like, really, we're talking about the whatever fucking scheme that happened in like 2009 or whatever. It might have even been before 2000. It was like early 2000s. And they just now got fined for it. There's like evidence that there's like systematic like price fixing. Like no, like there might be. There's obviously some level of oligopoly. Okay, I'm not saying markets are perfectly competitive here. Okay. Lawsuits. Imports and exports benefit U.S. manufacturers, especially multinationals. Markets are not perfectly efficient, so we need price controls is certainly a take. I mean, well, PPG definitely defends some price controls. I don't know if he actually wants price controls on eggs, but he most certainly wants. I mean, he would definitely be in favor of my hair of antitrust stuff, which we would probably find a lot of agreement there. But I mean, his argument is that like markets aren't perfectly efficient, so we need socialism. It's like his argument or whatever. Multinational firms, from self-fueled by information and communications revolutions, have been particularly adept at taking advantage of cross-border input differentials, or cost differentials. Make Lina Khan chairman of the Fed real. I mean, it is like... It is... like... what's the argument for not keeping her? Like, even... Like, bro, come on. What do you mean? She's a populist, Trump. Like, come on, bro. You could have kept Lina Khan. You could have kept her. I don't even like her like that much, okay? I ain't no Lina Khan stan, okay? She should have let those airlines merge, okay? But, like, come on, bro. We could have kept her. Could have given her something. But did she vote for Trump? Well, probably not. Oh wait, also, did you guys see that Vivek got fucking fired apparently? Like he's running for governor of Ohio, which also, hold on, I forgot to message my friend living in Ohio. LOL. Get fucked. Yeah, he hasn't tweeted anything since like January 3rd or something. And then he announced that he's running for governor of Iowa. So he got fucking fired. Governor of the worst state is fitting. Yeah, I know. Yeah, real. Anyway, okay. LOL, get fucked. Y'all are about to have Vivek Ramaswamy as your governor. Common Ohio L. That. Okay. Unicorn. Run Lena Khan. True. Where's Lena Khan from, actually? I don't know. By estimating foreign affiliates through FDI, these firms can mediate trade both with foreign subsidiaries within firm trade and unaffiliated firms, arm's length trade within global value chains. Multinational firms accounted for respectively 65% and 60% of U.S. exports and imports on average between 1977 and 2017. And within firm trade accounts for a large share of multinationals' total trade flows. In 2022, 1/3 of U.S. exports and almost half, 46% of U.S. imports by value, were between multinational parent firms and their affiliated parties. The growth of trade within multinational firms, i.e. flows between parties and affiliates, underscores the highly fragmented nature of production. Multinational firms accounted for respectively 65% and 60% of U.S. Exports and imports on average between 1977 and 2017. Within firm trade accounts for in 2022, within firm trade, accounted for 1/3 of U.S. exports and almost half of U.S. imports by value. Global supply chains prevalence in U.S. production can also be observed in the high share in immediate goods or imported input trade into the United States. Industrial supplies, e.g. lumber and steel-making materials, and capital goods, e.g. drilling equipment, typically inputs into the final good, are highly positive correlated with global value chain trade and accounted for on average over half of imports between 1992 and 2022. Which are typically inputs to final goods. Counted for over half imports between 1992 and 2022. The import share of industrial materials grew more than that of any other than that of any other product group between 1992 and 1992 through the onset of global financial crisis in 2008, showcasing how multinationals, FDIs, and the establishment of GVC linkages can support greater trade flows. Fact 4. Imports, including ones from China, also benefit American consumers, especially poorer ones. Just so we can get cheap plastic crap. Just so we buy cheap plastic crap from you. You're gonna gut American manufacturing just so we have cheap plastic crap. Can't wait for that. My favorite argument. Oops, I should have it like this also. Import competition from China was also accompanied by a substantial fall in U.S. consumer prices, with disproportionate benefits accruing to low and middle income households because they have higher shares of tradable goods like food and apparel in their consumption baskets. Causal estimates suggest that a 1 percentage point increase in Chinese import penetration led to a decline in consumer price inflation of 1 to 2 percentage points, largely reflecting indirect pro-competitive cost effects, where greater foreign competition induces domestic firms to lower markups and thus further drives down prices. Consider the model impact of Chinese import. Okay, hold on. Import competition from China. Led to a fall in U.S. consumer prices, which disproportionately benefits low and middle income. They have higher imports. In their consumption baskets. Also suggests that a 1 percentage point increase in Chinese import penetration led to a decline in consumer price inflation of 1 to 2 percentage points, largely reflecting indirect pro-competitive cost effects where greater foreign competition induces domestic firms to lower markups and thus further drives prices down. Consider the model impact of Chinese import penetration across U.S. geographic regions. I don't know how to pronounce this fucking shit. Rodriguez Claire and to find that almost 90% of the U.S. population saw an increase in purchasing power, with those regions that saw purchasing power losses being spatially correlated with regions that also saw a loss in manufacturing employment from the China shock. The results showing that trade with China has benefited most Americans' purchasing power are consistent with a larger body of evidence that benefits from trade on the benefits of trade with all countries. Again, disproportionately benefits accruing to lower income households. For example, the average U.S. household has shown a gain of 8% of purchasing power from trade compared with a counterfactual. However, the lowest income U.S. households gained the most at 69%. I think that was probably the same. There might be more updated data. That's similar to the numbers that the What's Wrong Protectionism book cited. Modeled impact of increased Chinese import penetration across U.S. regions. Shows that almost 90% of the percentage of U.S. population saw increased purchasing power. With regions that saw purchasing power losses being spatially correlated, especially with regions that also saw loss in manufacturing, employment from the China shock. The average U.S. household has experienced an 8% or a gain of 8% in purchasing power. I'm saying it 8% gain. Purchasing power from trade compared to counterfactual. The lowest income households gain the most at 69%. There's also literature documenting welfare increases due to greater access to a variety of goods through trade. Crazy. Me when I increase real consumption possibilities. What? China and permanent normal trade relations in particular didn't cause most of U.S. manufacturing job losses, even during the China shock. Close to a fifth, 16% of the decline in manufacturing employment between 2000 and 2007 has been attributed to the rise in import competition from China. Firms that reorganize activities away from production of machinery, electronics, or transportation equipment and towards wholesale professional services, including research and development and management, drove almost a third of the negative manufacturing decline between 1990 and 2015. What's up, Riff Haven? Welcome to the stream. I think I don't know if I have this study cited, but I have some of these. 5070 isn't worth it, my friend. What do you mean it's not worth it? If I do, I don't know if I'll actually end up getting the graphs. I'm probably would not get to. I would get the 5070 Ti if I did. I don't know if I'd be content with the 5070. Well, I don't know. We'll see. You're kidding? Okay. How to wrap my head around AI generate AI. I mean, that's the, obviously I'm not, listen, I'm not AI phobic, okay? But I don't really care. I just don't really care about the AI shit. Like, I just want like a good graphics card without having to use a ton of AI shit. Okay, like I'm nothing. I'm fine. I think NVIDIA's a really cool company and they do really great AI stuff. And I love Jensen Huang. Okay, I love our Lord and Savior Jensen Huang. Okay, and I love the really cool AI shit they do. And what they have is really cool. I just wanna play Fortnite with like 120 FPS without AI generated frames. Like raw FPS isn't great until you use the DLSS. I mean, I would imagine. I mean, the benchmarks out? I don't even know if the benchmarks are out yet. I don't know. When the 5070 actually releases, I will watch the reviews and decide whether to get it or not. I would probably get the 5070 Ti either way because it's cooler, but also not super expensive. I don't know if I would ever have the $1,000 to spend on the 5080, but certainly I would never have the $2,000 to spend on the. Can I ask what you're running right now for GPU? Right now I just have a 3060, which is like. I mean, I don't need a new graphics card or anything. But shit, yes, get the 5070. God damn it. Okay. It's good enough. That's all I need. All I do is play Minecraft. That's not true. Oh, thanks for the follow. I appreciate it. Okay, anyway. %16% of the decline in manufacturing employment between 2000 and 2007. I can't say much. I worked months overtime to get a RTX 4090. Listen, that's valid. That's justified. I would do the same if I had a real job. I'll get one eventually, I swear, Mom. Attributed. The increased import competition in China. Thermostat, reorient activity away from the production of machinery, electronics or transportation, and towards wholesale professional services, include rates of development and management drove almost a third of the negative manufacturing employment. Away from production toward professional services. D. Management. But I would say running a Thursday's review can't go wrong with a 50 series. Yeah, I was obviously I can't be 2 generations behind, okay? Fine with being 1. I never want to be 2. And the 50 series prices surprised me. They're not that expensive. And hopefully the scalper tax, okay, is only like, hopefully the scalper tax is only like, it's only like 10% of this. Hopefully listen, the chip shortages have been solved, okay? Okay. I did not mean to search Google frame. I meant to add it to the dictionary. Account for almost a third of the negative manufacturing employment. Sorry, I ran off your topic. No, I appreciate it. Listen, people do that. That's what chat is for. Okay, don't worry. Also, dude, Donald J. Trump, please do not tariff graphics cards. Please do not tariff Please do not tariff Vietnam or wherever they're made, okay? A lot of them are probably made in China, so you know what? We might be absolutely fucked, okay? He might just end up tariffing everybody. I don't know. We'll see. Please, Donald Trump, please save me. Donald Trump, please do not tariff NVIDIA, bro. Bro, please. Bro, please. Bro. They'll just ban them being sold. A lot of them already are banned in China. We make them sell their like worst ones in China, right? The 4090D or whatever. We already have export controls to some extent. Please do not tariff the graphics cards, Donald Trump. Please do not tariff the graphics cards. And on AI, please. Several factors have been analyzed to understand the surge in U.S. imports from China during this period, including the United States granting China permanent normal trade relations in the 2000s, China's accession to the World Trade Organization in 2001, reduced trade and investment policy, and investment policy uncertainty associated with these policy actions, and China's own domestic reforms, e.g. tariff reductions and privatizations. Okay, well, this doesn't really give me any numbers, so I mean, several factors have been analyzed, but we're not going to tell you this. Photos considered by Cato essay cited in the ERP excerpt above finds that based on various economic studies, China's own market-based reforms likely drove around 2/3 of the China shock, with U.S. trade liberalization accounting for the rest. I think I have this linked already. But China's own market reforms likely drove around 2/3 of the China shock, with U.S. trade liberalization accounting for the rest. Fact 6. Today, U.S. companies engaged in trade are huge job creators. You're right when you said earlier about scalpers, they will affect the price more than anything. I'm praying. Okay, I'm praying. There's no way it's still that going to be this bad, okay? There's no way. There's no way. No. Jensen came out on stage and said, we're in mass production, okay? It's fine. It's fine. Fine. Little do you know, I am the scalper, okay? That's how you really make money. I already have 40,000 bots made. Spam refreshing the pre-order page. For the moment, you can click buy. Okay. How much? I just realized, how much can I sell my 3060 for? Because if I could get like $200 for it, $200 to $300 for it, if the scalper tax wasn't that high, I might be able to get a 5080. Although I mean, at some point I have to buy a new CPU too, so you know, maybe not. 250, I'm looking at them on eBay, 250, 200. I don't know, we'll see. Global value chains have created strong interconnections between exporting and importing, which are often performed by the same firms among good traders. Goods traders, Jesus. Average over the period 1992 to 2021, firms that both export and import goods account for a plurality of total U.S. private sector employment, 36%, followed by firms that only export goods at 8% and firms that only import 6%. The majority of employment at goods traders is by large firms. That's defined by those employing 500 or more workers. In contrast, the majority of employment at non-traders is by small firms, those employing fewer than 500 workers. Nevertheless, small firms directly engaged in the goods trade account for almost 10% of national employment. How do we deal with the gang violence in Chirac? True. I don't know, man. Ask Localist. He would know. That's where he lives. I don't know if he's here. He might not be here. Surprisingly, he's not here. Got too upset by the trade. Traders, firms that both import and export goods. Account for 36% of total U.S. private sector employment. Or firms that only export at 8%, and those who only import at 6%. Good traders' contribution to net job creation has grown over the recent years. During the 2001 to 2007 period, goods traders accounted for only 10% of net job creation. You make content that appeals to the masses. Real, true, accurate. %10% of net job creation, but between corresponds to reality, as one would say. Between 2008 and 2019, that figure rose to 60%. Overall, goods traders responsible for almost 40% of net job creation in the economy between 1992 and 2019. Contribution to net job creation. We continue to grow. Yeah, you know what? I don't like that the React videos do better than the fucking debates. The React videos do well sometimes. The most recent Jubilee one actually has a lot of dislikes because it got recommended to a ton of pro-life people. Whatever. But it's 1, 2, 3 to 5. Goddamn. Goddamn. But yeah. Like, this should be like, bro, come on, bro. The Admiral Gibbs, like, this is a good fucking fiery, awesome debate, bro. I got 45 views ain't bad, okay. But you know, whatever. This did well. This is kind of a debate. This did well. Real some reacted and poll, and then put a little debate in the end. Well, I mean, definitely, like, I've, you know, if you go back in my channel, like, ordinarily, like, the minimum, like, number of views that, like, my videos get now is, like, 20 or something, which is higher than it used to be, like, 4. It used to be, like, I would upload a video and it'd get, like, you know, 4 views no matter what, basically. Those were the 4 loyal non-fun fans. But by now, it's, like, the average video is, like, you know, like, 30 or something. And then like sorry, not the average. Probably like the median is like 30, and the average is higher because the average would be inflated by the videos that do well, like the reaction videos that get 700 to 2,000 views. I should just title. I should just lie. Intense Jubilee debate, and then it's just me. It's just me debating like people on my on my stream. I should do that. 2001, 2007. It accounted for only 10% of total job creation, but between 2008 and 2019, that rose to 60%. Overall, U.S. traders were responsible for almost 40% of the net job creation in the U.S. economy between 1992 and 2019. These statistics underscore the changing nature of U.S. production landscape, where both exports and imports support domestic jobs. These people would document that the vast majority of good traders contributing net jobs driven by opening a new establishment, particularly in service providing sectors that are wholesale, retail, business, and professional services. These patterns hint at the complementarity between manufacturing and service activities, as well as sectorial diversity and job creation tied to participation. In Washington today, the unfortunate consensus among many politicians and pundits is that trade and globalization have been an unmitigated disaster for America and the working class, regardless of the actual facts. It's good to see that the White House economists aren't buying into this new consensus. That would be even of course even better if the views were more reflected in U.S. policy too. And then they defend globalization. Yeah. I love that. These patterns have a complementarity between manufacturing and service activities, as well as the sectoral diversity and job creation. An account reflects the savings of God, I'm forget what there was a. I know I took down to it, and I want to make it. I probably want to make just a page dedicated, or maybe I'll add it to the. Oh, is it this? Tax Foundation trade deficit savings minus. We're doing a homework. It's just me researching. It is here. Okay, hold on. Let me add this to the balance of payments. Okay, let me delete this and I'll add it at the end. And then I feel like I read something from Scott Sumner that made the same, that explained the same thing, but I'm trying to remember where it was. Rather than merely being a reflection of import or export strength, a country's current account picture tells a story about the balance of savings relative to investment. All else equal, the higher levels of savings in the economy, the more positive current account picture. If a country runs a current account surplus, it means that it is effectively producing more than it is spending on consumption and investment and shipping the surplus goods and services overseas in return for financial assets. Country running a current account surplus effectively produces more than it can spend on domestic consumption and investment. And ships the surplus goods and services overseas in return for financial assets. Because savings is equal to total production minus total consumption, we can conclude that a current account surplus reflects the excess savings relative to investment and vice versa. Since saving is equal to total production minus total consumption, current account surplus reflects excess savings relative to investment and vice versa. GDP equal consumption plus I'm aware. Consumption plus saving. Saving minus investment equals export minus import. What? The implications that a current account surplus reflects either a low level of investment relative to GDP or a high level of saving or a combination of the two. Likewise, a country with a large current account deficit either has low savings or a high level of investment relative to GDP. A country's saving rate will tend to change very slowly over time, which means its current account picture will be largely determined in the near term by investment spending relative to GDP. This implies the current account surplus reflects either a low level of investment relative to GDP or a high level savings. Some combination. 2. Likewise, a country with a large current account deficit either has low savings or high level investment relative to GDP. A country's savings rate will tend to change very slowly over time. Conversely, a country with a high trade deficit either a low level savings or a high level of investment to GDP. Countries saving rate tends to change very slowly Go to current account balance. It's largely determined. Short term. My investment spending. Relative to GDP. Terms of trade impact. Terms of trade play a major role in current account swings. The relative price of imports versus exports can vastly outweigh the impact of real changes in imports and export volumes. This is most visible in economies which are heavily reliant on commodity exports. Chart of what the fuck? Yeah, I meant to have a chart. Take the case of Australia, where iron ore price rises. When iron ore prices rise, export sales rise, even in the absence of rising export volumes. And a country's current account tends to benefit, all else equal, in terms of the saving investment balance. Australia finds itself experiencing a sharp rise in overall savings rate as dollars flow into the economy. Interestingly, during times of resource price increases, Australia tends to see a rise in investment as a share of GDP as businesses seek to ramp up production further, which often leads to there being no real correlation between the current account balance and terms of trade. Terms of trade. Majorly effect. Outswings. Relative price of imports versus exports. Outweigh the impact of real changes in import-export volumes. For example, Australia. When the price of iron ore rises, export sales rise even without an increase in export volumes. So all else equal, the current account balance benefit in terms of savings investment balance. Australia finds itself experiencing a sharp rise in overall savings rates as dollars flow into the economy. Why do you want over 5070? Too expensive. Never 40 years where the prices are lower. Because 5070, well, one of first adopter issues. One, are prices really that lower? Are they? Are they? I don't know. If I look up 80 price, I'm guessing the 5070 Ti is about equal to a 4080 Super in power. That's what we don't have the benchmarks yet, but I'm gonna guess that. If I look up RTX 4080 and go to shopping, they are all like $1,000, bro. Yeah, but the 5070 isn't out yet. Yeah, I know. Are you saying wait for the 57 to come out and then get one? Wouldn't a 40 series go down more in the... I'm sure it will go down a little when a 50 series is released. I honestly don't know how much because graphics cards be graphics cards. Am I right? I'm not... Everyone takes this title too seriously. I'm saving money to get a new graphics card. Okay? I'm obviously going to wait until the card is out and I have the benchmarks and I have... When I had the benchmarks and I know what all the prices are, okay, and all the reviews are out for me to make the final decision, okay. I'm not saying 5070 seems cool, okay, or 5070 Ti seems pretty cool. So you're just jealous I'll be upgrading my 30 series card to a 50 series card. And I'll be 2 generations ahead of you. Okay. I'll put another 1080 in this fan. Yeah, I'm buying a 1080. 1080 Ti, bro. However, during times of peak resource price increases, Australia tends to see a rise in investment as share GDP as businesses seek to ramp up production further, which often leads to there being no real correlation between the current account balance in terms of trade. The link between current account and fiscal accounts. Now the 40 series had too many issues for me to be jealous. Very little performance improvements. Was it really very little? 50 series will surely be better after bullshit is fixed update. I don't listen. I moved to Windows 11 like the first week it came out, okay? I am no stranger to early adopter issues, okay? Humphrey Alkins Full Employment Act of 1978, signed by Jimmy Carter, apparently called for the President and Congress to balance both the budget and trade balance. Paste. A country with large current account deficit is also likely to have large fiscal deficits. The reason is based on the fact that fiscal deficits usually act as a drag on a country's savings rate. All else equal, a rise in government consumption spending will lead to a reduction in total savings and therefore deterioration in a country's current account. But you didn't like that one, MMT here. Of course, if the private sector runs a large surplus, which offsets the government deficit, then the current account will be in surplus. What's up, Gamer Boy? Nothing looks like his favorite band is Linkin Park. My favorite band is Radiohead. I don't know if I can consider Radiohead my favorite band, but I do like Radiohead. Nani Fani. That's a new one. Not much. What is reading right now? That's it. It's also likely to have. Also, I mean, it's just accounting, okay, Mister. You base your entire ideology off of one account. This is main MMT. You base your entire accounting entire ideology based off of one accounting identity, which is sectorial balances. Okay, that's all that MMT is. Okay, Mister. It's just accounting. Don't pretend like you don't care about the accounting. Base my entire ideology off of correct accounting. Okay, fair enough. Let's go deficit. It's all else equal. Fiscal deficits usually act as a drag on a country's saving rate. All else equal, a rise in government consumption spending will lead to a reduction in total savings and therefore a deterioration in the country's current account. Of course, the private sector runs a large surplus, offsets government deficits. Base my entire ideology off of visions in my sleep. Based. Oh, wait, I put the wrong thing here, didn't I? I want to read this. Oh, so there's just a new one. We're going austerity. I don't know. I'm assuming this is Scott Bessent must Bessent. I don't know. Bessent must have said something about austerity. Bessent's 333 economic plan, maybe just a concept plan, provided notes specifically how we might achieve its goal. Won't talk about how it's impossible claims that we can increase oil production by 3 million barrels a day or reduce the budget deficit to 3% of GDP. Catherine Rampell is good on all these. Instead, let me narrow the focus to his claim that we can raise economic growth to 3%. I saw the Justin Wolfler, is this his last name? It starts with W. I forget. He said he'd do $1 million bet with Scott Bessent, that we're not going to see 3% growth in the Trump administration. Which, I mean, 3% growth, I doubt. With what he plans to do, I'm, I don't think we're getting that. I think we're getting that. Isn't real GDP already 3%? Over what period? I think last quarter was pretty close to 3%. I think it was like 2.8% last time I checked or something, but it's pretty close. To be is ups and downs. We already know a lot how to fight recession, blah, blah, blah. The clean little secret of macroeconomics is that Keynes was right. Expansionary monetary and fiscal policy are expansionary, contractionary policies are contractionary. This becomes obvious whenever we get something like a natural experiment, such as the harsh austerity imposed on some but not all European economies during the Euro crisis. An old piece of mind in The Guardian. What crazy. When someone like Bennett claims that we can raise the real growth rate, he can raise the real growth rate. However, he means is steepening the long-run trend. The Congressional Budget Office expects potential GDP to rise about 1.9% per year over the next decade. Bessent is now claiming that he can raise it to 3%. The problem is nobody knows how to do that. Long-run economic growth is the somewhat growth in the labor force and growth in productivity, output per worker. Okay, hours per worker can also vary, but never mind. We, of course, could accelerate growth in the labor force by admitting a lot more immigrants. Somehow, however, I doubt Donald Trump will sign off on that. How about labor productivity? Well, labor productivity has varied a lot over the years. Here's a chart from BLS. By the way, if you're wondering about the choice of time periods, BLS is measuring growth rates between business cycle peaks, applying Anna Canarian, the Anna Karenina principle. All happy economies are alike, but each unhappy economy is unhappy in its own way. What you can't see clearly from this data, but we know from closer inspection, is that productivity really took off around 1995 before fading out around a decade later. Anyway, the question is whether there are plausible policies that could raise productivity enough to get growth up to 3%. Well, Republicans, believe it or not, claim they can sharply raise productivity by cutting taxes on the rich. You could say this claim is unsupported by evidence, but that's too weak. In fact, it's powerfully rejected by the evidence. Chart above shows the very rapid productivity growth for a generation in World War II. If tax rates at the top played a crucial role, that couldn't have happened since but a lot less people are in those top brackets, right? Income tax code. This is about revenue, but the 1950s era, the 91 top income tax produced only 2.7% GDP tax revenue. Focusing on the top bracket, ignore. Okay, blah blah blah. Where's the average income tax rates, including state taxes, of the highest earning 1% of taxpayers was actually lower in 1950s than in the 2010s. CBO data likewise shows that even the highest federal income tax bracket fell from 70% to 37% between 1980 and 2019. The average income tax rate paid by the top 1% remained at 23%. IRS data shows that only 1% of tax returns in 1958 were federal income were in federal income tax brackets above 35%. Since 1962, the share of tax returns in a tax bracket above 28% has gone down almost slightly, from 4 to 3%. The 1961 91% income tax bracket applied to income over $400,000. That's equivalent to $4.1 million. Only 446 tax returns were in the 91% bracket. The $61 million in total tax revenue collected from the tax bracket, blah, blah, blah. Gruen probably understands their claim he's not actually providing a state. Yeah, I mean, I know. Okay, listen, this is a Substack blog post. I'm not expecting Krugman to explain all of this stuff in this fucking blog post. But yeah, CBO has also estimated since 1979 the average level of federal tax. Oh look, oh wow, I should have just read the next fucking paragraph. Okay, damn. Average level of federal taxes on the top income groups, which is more informative than just looking at the top rate. These show big swings depending on which party was in control. What's notable is that the 1995 to 2005 productivity surge came after Clinton sharply raised taxes on the wealthy, and the tax bump under Obama didn't have any visible effect. I'm not claiming that high taxes on the rich cause high productivity growth. What we're probably seeing are forces that have nothing to do with the policy. That 1995 to 2005 surge was business finally figuring out what to do with IT, and we could possibly see a similar surge in the near future from AI, but there's no reason to believe that cutting taxes will do anything to boost long-run economic growth. A personal observation: if you have a high salary in New York and live in New York City, you face quite a high marginal tax rate, because both the state and city levy income tax on top of federal taxes. So are affluent New Yorkers slow moving and lazy because taxes eliminate their incentive to work? Not exactly. Tax cuts won't deliver high growth, nor is there any reason to believe that there would be a big payoff to deregulation, especially financial deregulation, which has repeatedly led to disaster. So should governments just give up on trying to accelerate long-run growth? No, they should do what they can, but they should do it in a spirit of humanity, realizing that nobody knows how to make a big positive difference, and to base their economic plans on the assumption that their preferred policy will deliver a growth miracle. I mentioned that hubris about growth isn't entirely right-wing advice. I was disappointed that Kickstart Economic Growth was such a prominent part of Britain's Labour manifesto last year, and that Rachel Reeves, Chancellor of the how do I pronounce that, continues to put faster growth at the center of her agenda. None of this rises to Republicans' level of magical thinking, but I'd be happier with a prime focus on things we know Britain's government can do, like fix state NHS and repair infrastructure. I'll do some post about Britain once I feel comfortable enough in my understanding of the situation there. But back to Benezet, markets were reassured by his selection because he comes across as normal, sensible Wall Street type. But personal effect is very bad guide to how policymakers react. Trump's future Treasury Secretary, I assume he will be easily confirmed, has policy ideas that are, in their own way, disconnected from reality, as Trump's belief that he can fund the government entirely with tariffs and no cost to consumers. Elon Musk believes that there's $2 trillion a year in wasteful spending hidden under sofa cushions or something. UK, real chat. Ugh. Articles go to Boswell stating the near eye. Yeah, well, yeah. And I doubt, I mean, yeah. Okay. I'm tired. I edited 3 videos today, so I didn't stream for that long today. But I love streaming. Love that guys watch me stream. Love that guys let me do this, okay? I will see you all again tomorrow. Thanks for the non-fun W's in chat, Copin. Okay, hell yeah. Hell yeah. We better get some non-fun W's in chat when I pull out the... I need traps to set up, okay? I need traps. I was thinking that one trap I could maybe do. I need to figure out a way... I might need to figure out a way to do this without avoiding the technical language, because no one knows what a fucking financial account surplus is. You know, if like someone says, "Oh, it's an issue that we have a trade deficit," you know, and I've talked about this before, like a potential trap that you could set up is just like, we also have a financial account deficit. Do we think that we need to solve that as well? And if they're like, "Yeah, all deficits are bad," or like, "Yeah, we should solve whatever deficit," or you know, then I'd be like, "Okay, so you reckon it?" So. You have just demonstrated your complete ignorance of economics, and you should literally not be talking about this topic because you know nothing. You know less than nothing. Okay. You have negative knowledge on this field. Yeah, and then explain that like, oh, you know, what a trade deficit means is that the investment opportunities in America aren't met with the savings that America alone can provide. And bringing in foreign capital allows us to finance those investments, which increase productivity in the U.S., increase the amount of jobs in the U.S., all those good things. And we spam some non-fun W's in chat for that one. Yeah. But I don't know. One, I've pulled the balance of payments things with Pentuple twice at this point, I think. But he's still not going to know. But that might be a good trap to set up. But I don't know. I don't know if it would work just because it's a technical term. Like trade deficit is technically a technical term, but I mean, really, I'm assuming most people who say trade deficit aren't thinking of the trade balance being a component of the larger current account balance, which is a component of the larger balance of payments. They just know. Exports minus imports. Anyway. Watch your back? What does that mean? Welcome back, Panelverse. I'm a gangster IRL. Damn. You're a desk nerd? Accurate. Ominous. What do I don't have any beef with you, Panelverse. I don't know what you're on about. Okay. Hello, over to fucking Red Radius. I'll stream again tomorrow. I don't have anything to edit, so I should be able to stream earlier. And for longer. Love streaming. Love you guys. Let me do this. I need sunglasses too. I need to buy some sunglasses so I can show up to the debate. Looking cool as fuck. Problem is, kid, you don't know what you started? Oh, I started something? Oh no. Oh no, what did I start? Oh no. Well, I'm about to end stream, so I don't know what I started. Anyway. I'm not like you at all. Oh, the argument. Okay, now we have three. We have fucking what? 3 different clip channels. You own all these clip channels? Or these 3 different clip channels that I will find you? Oh no. Oh no. Okay.